All right. Well, hello. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. Excuse me. And welcome to my channel, Lorena Creole. And this morning's stream, guess what? Got a new content drop from Infold for Love and Deepspace. Mainly, well, not mainly, it's the only. Haven't had my coffee yet, so bear with me. Raphael's new sea god myth. Now, as I am not a Raphael girly for the most part, I will say Raphael lady for the most part, I'm not actively pulling for his card. I'm mainly pulling for resources because I'm part of the Snow Crow supremacy, so to speak. Snow Crow basically meaning Zayd and Silas. But even if you're not pulling for the myth per se, um, there's always resources and stuff that you can get. So glad you guys are all here with me. Let me turn the sound back on so you guys can hear that. Let's see, who do we have here in the chat? Let's see, we have got.
There's something on your mind.
Yeah, but I can't say it in mixed company. Let's see, DJ Knight, I see you. I see you. And I see some folks starting to saunter on in. On in. Hang on, I'll be right back. I gotta turn the fan on. I live in Florida, so if the we have air conditioning and we have ceiling fans. And if the ceiling fan stops running or I forgot to turn it on, you can actually tell. So I'll be right back in 10 seconds.
Do not be influenced by other people's emotions.
Okay, I'm back. You guys are probably like, why do you have ceiling fans and air conditioning in Florida? Well, the ceiling fans circulate the air around. And if for some reason the air conditioning goes out, guess what? You have the ceiling fans. And plus, my ceiling fan in my YouTube studio serves a dual purpose. It helps to keep my electronics
It's just the two
cool
of us here.
as
Say
well.
what you were to say.
All right. So let's kick off. First thing we're going to do, let me see. Let me get my stamina points. Claim for my friends. If you want to be friends with me, you need to speed it up because I only have 25 slots left. And from the last stream that I did, I got like a big uptick in friend requests. So I only have 25 slots left. So if you want to be friends with me, come find me. Come find me. You know what? I'll actually put my hunter number in the description box of the video before I forget. Okay, let's see what we got here. Oh, server maintenance gift. This is new. I mean, they do that with Infinity Nikki, so I'm very pleased that Infold is doing this as well. With the Infinity Nikki game, anytime the server would have maintenance or something like that happen, we'd get like a resonance crystal or something like that. It was a very, a nice gesture for them to do, despite them retconning the game, and I'm not spending money over there anymore. But either way, it's nice to see that they're also doing this with this game as well. And if you are a free to play or low spender like I am on purpose, this helps. So let's see, server maintenance, 200 diamonds and an Emperor wish. So 200 diamonds and a blue wish ticket. So I will take that. Thank you very, 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 very much. Got that. Now, supposedly there's another gift that's coming with the pool tickets and everything, but the Canadian servers already have it. The American server and the European servers don't have it just yet. They don't have it just yet. So Let's see. All right.
It's just the two of us here. Say what you want to say.
Okay, well, I'll tell you what. Let's hop
The
on
sea god's
over here.
revival has been completed. You've
Ooh.
rewritten the fate of these waters.
I gotta say, he looks good. Looks like he's been putting in some gym time. I almost want to say reminds me of King Triton from The Little Mermaid, not the live action, the animated one. So let's see. Ooh, what did we get here? Oh, that's to share it. Oh, okay. Okay. I might share that later. But where is. Okay, there we go. All right, so we'll watch the trailer.
You're the bride of the sea god.
It's kind of like
Why are you letting
sideways.
humans mistreat you? I see you're unaware of what you've awakened. Now then, release the seals that bind me.
You know what? Raphael actually has some bass in his voice. It's kind of nice.
Call out to me from the fathomless depths of the sea. Bestow the inextinguishable flame of vengeance.
From the ocean's depths.
That chick don't look like me.
The sea god's revival has been completed. You've rewritten the fate of these waters.
I know it's sideways. I'm just doing it so I can get my
Starting
20
from
diamonds.
this moment, you are bound to me. You cannot turn back. You are the sea god's bride. You're the only one I would choose.
Now, I have not followed this myth very
What did you
far at
promise?
all. I don't even have the Raphael
I
myth
gave
that
you
tells
my
you how
heart.
like not invested I am.
Listen carefully. This is the last time I'll teach you. The sea inevitably returns to where it belongs and separates from the land. For 'tis Lemuria's vow, a bond everlasting.
Oh, you've got to be kidding me, really? I'm gonna wind up eating myself in this
The
one.
sea god doesn't need this heart. Our bond, it cannot end this way. I won't allow it.
Oh, that's depressing as hell.
Its scale is as cold as the lonely moon. At dawn, it shall pierce your heart. The sea's ritualis hymn you sang, that is the answer. It's a simple melody, yet you still haven't learned it properly.
So as you can see, there's like new outfits. I haven't decided if I'm going to get the outfit or not. Hey, Justin. It's sideways because Info didn't program it properly when you run the trailer in the app.
Tolerate insults or sacrilege. The tide's judgment.
Shall descend here
It's in you, Justin.
I hear you.
Bring it on. You won't escape.
Man, you recover. Are you still holding on? I've seen every single penny of destruction.
So apparently there's all these little like tasks and stuff you can do for the event. So I'll do that because with the tasks you get like all, points and stuff like that. Okay, yeah. So to answer the question again, if folks didn't see, the reason why it went sideways is because Info did not program it to immediately go in landscape mode. So I did it for the diamonds. Did it for the diamonds. All right, so let's see. What else am I going to show you guys? So we're going to do some gacha polls.
If I asked you to,
Oh, wait a minute.
would you willingly offer me
I
your
don't want
heart?
to do the rehearsal. Gacha polls. Let's go to the gacha polls. All right, so just to show you, they have like the 49-cent polls. I think you can get, I think it's like you can get up to 5 of those. And I think that gives you like 1 ticket. The 99-cent ones, that gives you 2 tickets per one. So you can wind up getting about 15 tickets for, I think, like $7, the limited tickets, which is not bad. I usually grab those, and the ones in the $4.99 pack, like I already have 2. Really, maybe I missed this last time around, but the Soul Mark pack, this is a good one if you're not trying to like pull anything, but you get a discount and stuff on resources, because then again, it's resources. If you're not interested in the myth, do the things so you get resources. So I'm in this to mainly get resources so I can up the cards for my 2 guys, for like Zane and Silas. So all right, let's go with the gacha polls. Oh, I have 2,200 I'm not looking at that. The Safe Brother stuff. Okay. So guaranteed 5-star memory within 32 polls. So it means that within 32 polls, I will get a 5-star memory. Not necessarily this 5-star memory, but that's what'll happen. Considering what I'm pulling, and the one I usually don't want is RAFAYEL'S, and I'll get it. So it'll be interesting to see what happens with this. So let's see. I haven't heard of the Savannah Bananas, Justin. I've never heard of that group. They are actually from Savannah, right? All right, so let's see what I get in here. A bunch of 3 stars. I got a 4-star card for Xavier. Okay. So when you get duplicates of a 4-star card, you get the purple sands, which give you more memory. I think like 250 XP per shot. The blue ones are like 50 XP per shot. Those are if you get duplicates of 3-star cards, and you get 10 memory shards, because you get a memory shard per pull. So 10 pulls, 10 memory shards. All right, so let's try this again. All right, what we get here? Oh, okay. So we got a 4-star Silas card. That'll work. Okay. So I can claim. So apparently, for every 10 pulls, you get an extra limited time deep space wish. So the first 10 pulls, I get 1. Second, total 20 pulls, I get 2. So you see up in the right, it says wishes made. So 20, which means I get these. So I'm gonna collect them. If you don't use these limited time wishes, they just turn into blue Emperor wishes, which pulls from the permanent banner, aka the permanent pool. Okay. I do a 10 pull because you always get a guaranteed 4-star with that. Okay, gold. What did I get? What did I get? What did I get? Oh, I got a 4 Zane. This better be. You know what? I'm not gonna lie. I have the worst luck and the best luck. If it's a Raphael event, I will get the 5-star card without trying. If it's someone else's event, I'll still get a 5-star card hits when I don't want it. So, wow, this just saved me a ton of money. What? 30 pulls? 30 pulls and I got them. Oh, this, okay. 30 pulls. 30 pulls and I got them. I'm so happy. Well, let's put it this way. I'm happy I got the card for 2 reasons. Well, one, the animation is fabulous. The animation is fabulous. Raphael actually looks like he's been putting in some work at the gym. The other is that when it comes to dark-skinned main characters, like myself and like others, outside of the combat, because we look fine in the combat scenes, but when it comes to the memories, their lighting is so off with the dark-skinned characters. It's like the love interests were hugging a shadow. You could not see any features or anything like that. So I know a lot of people have been talking about that to Infold. Every survey that I get from Infold, I tell them, it's just like, look, this game is awesome, but if I'm paying the same amount of money as someone else, I should be able to see my main character clearly in these memory cards. So it looks like they are taking steps to fixing that issue. And this is the first time that I've seen that issue look like it's actively being worked on. So you can tell that my character has dark skin, but not a shadow. There's a difference between the two. So I got him, which means we're actually going to go through this myth. I believe from what I've heard that you can actually go through the story without no, I think you need both cards. But the difference is you don't have to level up both cards, I think. Either way, I'm going to find out. There's something new that they did with they did with this one. So, yep, I got him. I totally got him. So I'm extremely happy about that. Yep, I'm saving that one. Thank you very much. All right, 23 of you folks in here. So here is the one. I gotta save this. Proof of Gacha. That's what this is. Proof of Gacha. So with this one, I got a 4-star card of Zane. I got a 4-star card of Xavier's. Always need those. If those cards are completely ranked up, you'll get purple heart sands for the 4 stars. For the 5 stars, if you get duplicates and it's already been ranked up, you'll get gold sand. Very rarely have I gotten that one. Wee 1999 says, no, you don't need both, just one. Oh, cool. And congrats. Well, thank you. I always seem to get Xavier event cards when I'm not really dialed into the event. So Thank you, Gacha Genie. All right, so let's see. I got Sands. I got something to rank up for Xavier. Okay, so third one, 64 pulls. Okay, which means I'm not pulling anymore for this event. There's no reason for me to, because I do not want both cards. I'm just happy with one, so I get the entire myth. All right, so let's go over here to let's see. Okay, check something real quick. Okay. Let's see. Oh, this is nice. Complete the myth in full. Okay. Let's see. Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Okay. All right. Tell you what, let's check out the Kindled memory. Okay. And then we'll go do some tasks for the event. And then we will read through the whole card. So if you're just joining us, yes, I got one of the Raphael myth cards. We're going to go through the myth. But we're going to look at it, what it looks like Kindled first.
I could be lying. I can help you. But I can also let you drown in these abyssal waters to keep me company.
Dang, Raphael sound gangster, this one.
I see you're unaware of what you've awakened. I'll examine you like this when you're in shackles. Your power alone is no match for these. Its scale is as cold as the lonely moon. At dawn, it shall pierce your heart. The sea's ritualis hymn you sang, that is the answer. You shall find no hiding place wherever the sea flows. This is the mark you've been searching for. But it was also a seal in another form. The voice of the storm. Come to me. Again. Call out to me from the fathomless depths of the sea. Still, the indistinct The sea god's revival has been completed. You've rewritten the fate of these waters. Starting from this moment, you are bound to me. You cannot turn back.
Okay, so that was the Kindled version of the myth, which is basically you get to see the cut scene. Well, not cut. I'll say called the interactive cut scene. This is like a cross between The Little Mermaid and James Wan's Aquaman, especially with the glowing eyes and whatnot. Yeah, very, very obvious, but it's okay. It looks good. Looks absolutely freaking good. Okay. All right, so let's check out. Oh, where's my agenda stuff? I got a lot of agenda stuff. Grab that before I forget. Grab that before I forget.
If I asked you to, would you willingly offer me your heart?
Let's see. Limited event tasks. Oh, okay. I'll have to show you guys why these tasks and stuff are important. So, logged in. I already got the Misty Descent memory. Excuse me. There's a reason why I need these. 100 activity points. So worry about that. Take a snapshot. Change Raphael's outfit. Chat with Raphael. Deep Space Trials. So these are all of these tasks that you can do. And you get these, like, I guess I'll call them mermaid points or whatever. So where you spend these points actually is in the shop here. Here in Misty Harbor. So you can get limited deep space wishes for 600 of these little tokens. Excuse me, each. Limited to 10. If you get them and you don't use them, again, when the event ends, it turns into the blue wish cards. But doing all those tasks, you want to go in here and exchange it for as many resources as you are looking for or that you need, especially if Raphael is not your main character. One of these awakening hearts, you definitely want to get one of these. This is like ultimate power when you've leveled up your card completely. Excuse me. Your 5-star card completely. So you want that. Let's see. There's crowns. I don't really go for that. Background music. I might actually get that one. Let's see. You can get poses. I might get the Seamaster pose. It depends on that. You get extra chocolate. You get that. But the stuff that's like 40, anything that's discounted, go for that first. Energy capsules, bottle of wishes, core energies, especially the Ascension crystal boxes. Hit that one like crazy. Let's see, there's gold. Yeah, all that stuff. So everything that's discounted, I usually hit first.
The sea god's revival has been completed.
Lost Echoes. What's this? For this fleeting summer, Romirro shall once again celebrate the sea's gratis festival after many years. Grand ceremonies and festivities are in order. This looks like Infinity Nikki, I kid you not. Well, they're from the same company. What's the chocolate for? Justin, the chocolate, it's like you can redeem tokens in what they call the chocolate shop. So you can redeem chocolates. You get those by playing games with the love interests, like kitty cards and my favorite, the claw machine. So you can exchange chocolates for resources, for poses, for outfits, stuff like that. Let's see. This event isn't often held and it lasts for more than half a month. Affected by the atmosphere, I occasionally disguise myself so I can stroll through the city for peace of mind. One day, I hear a rumor from an old fisherman while I pass through the harbor. Long ago, before the sea god fell into a deep slumber, he left behind a mysterious blessing. And what would that be? Did you actually leave behind a blessing? Is it the pearls from the deep that are mentioned in the tome of the sea god? Oh, great, I get to interrogate him. Try to remember what happened before you fell asleep. There might be a clue that will help you reclaim your power. Are you even listening to me? We're good as long as he
No,
doesn't whine.
I am not.
Well, he's honest about it. Raphael, who's resting his head on my lap, lazily opens his eyes. I let out a small huff and tug at a strand of his hair. I know you're going to say that I'm too hasty in believing unverifiable rumors and myths again.
Your presumption is incorrect. I did leave something behind.
Really?
But you can't call it a blessing. It could be a calamity. Finding it might trigger unpredictable consequences.
Okay, now he's got like the regular Raphael voice, which is kind of starting to irritate me, but let's get through it. You're just making me more curious about what that actually is.
Think about it. When I fell asleep, Romirro wasn't founded yet. Should it still exist, where would you even begin your search?
I'm not sure. I've unconsciously braided part of his hair. I undo it before Raphael notices. But why did you leave behind a blessing? What were you thinking at the time?
Does it matter?
Of course, knowing your past is one of the essential steps to understanding you. I'm not reading that last part because he's... yeah, I am reading that last part, but it's for the story. And falling in love with you.
Ah, I see.
Stop going so fast. Suddenly he touches the back of my neck before pushing down. And just like that, our noses are almost touching in this minuscule, delicate distance.
Give me an answer first. How much longer must I wait for you to fall in love with me?
Bruh, considering your code name in my phone in this game is wifey, well, no, actually, no. You're in the permanent friend zone. Yeah, Justin, this is a Chinese game. They are not trying to make any of these characters gay, but they're... even if you try to like quote unquote ship them, which I've heard, yeah, info don't like that. When hell freezes over. Okay, so his eyes hold a curiosity that's half genuine and half playful. Their colors, reminiscent of the sunset, gently shift in the light reflected from the rippling water. If we find the blessing, I
And if I
might
don't
be...
accompany you,
Daggone
you'll
it.
always have this grievance?
Stop. Let's see. And if I don't accompany you, you'll always have this grievance. I wouldn't go that far. Let's see. If we find the blessing, I might be so touched that I'll be absolutely smitten with you. I wouldn't go that far. I'm tired of the forehead flicking, okay? Raphael flicks my forehead. Then he sits up and unceremoniously pinches my cheek.
In this world, You are the only one who dared to threaten the sea god.
That's because I'm gangster like that. I understand. That's how you say yes. Am I mistaken? Justin, that's too funny. But as Raphael said, the world has undergone countless transformations after he fell into a deep slumber. Seas have become mountains, and what were once valleys are now oceans. We said we'd search for the blessing he left behind, but I don't even know where to begin.
Where should our starting point be?
It's your blessing we're looking for. Are you just going to let me lead the way? He takes 2 steps forward and observes Romirro in its entirety. Okay, so we're in a scavenger hunt for the blessing. Okay. The bustling city district lies on one side, while roads stretch toward the vividly picturesque wilderness on the other.
If we go to the city, we could get some fried shrimp cakes that are freshly made. But we have clear skies today. Taking a stroll through nature is also a good choice.
Fried shrimp? Fried shrimp in a cake. If that is like a crab cake, I'm so down with that. Yeah, Justin, fried shrimp cake sounds good. It does. Okay, that's a recipe I'm going to have to look up. Yeah, folks, well, in the South, if it's fried seafood, we're down with it.
Truly, we have to make a difficult decision.
Oh, God, why are these whiny? You and I have different understandings of the word difficult. I mutter quietly. Then I realize we're making a gamble regardless. We might as well go with the flow. All right, let's go this way first. I'm assuming he's got legs. Okay, so that's one. And oh, okay. So you can pick spots of like where to go, and you get 2 attempts per day. So let's see, where are we gonna go? Where are we gonna go? Let's go over to that tower. We need to find some archives, like some old dusty maps, and I think that's probably where they are. Justin says, have Raphael take you out for the fried shrimp, leave him with the bill, and never call him again. I love how you think. I would definitely do that with this dude. He's in the permanent friend zone. You know, the ones where you there's nothing is going to happen whatsoever. It's just like, now, trying to let you down easy, but you can't figure it out. Oh, do I look fragile to you? Oh, okay. Okay, I'm gonna say here's another thing I'm gonna point out too. With the main character bubbles, they've done much better with the lighting, because the skin tone seemed really flat, like in previous parts of the game. Like if you're playing kitty cards or anything else where where your main character pops up in a bubble, they've got my selected skin tone right, and it doesn't look flat. So once again, props to Info for listening. You've never walked on land before, even though your tail can transform into a pair of legs. Okay, that answers the important part. Sea gods drink a magical potion that transforms their tails into legs when they go on land for the first time. Was this not mentioned in the myths you've read? No, because I heard you had to go to the sea witch to get legs, and she takes your voice. Okay, I know. That's Disney, but still. If they don't learn to walk and fail to return to the sea before sunset, they turn into bubbles and disappear into the water. Okay. All right, Infold, I got to give you props again. You guys are pulling from the original Hans Christian Andersen story of The Little Mermaid, okay, which I've read since I was a kid. Because Ariel did not get to kiss the prince in time, she turned into sea foam. So while not exactly the same thing, the failure point is turn into bubbles and gone. Yeah, the original Little Mermaid that's some straight up dark stuff. It is it is not for the faint of heart. But I ate that story up as a kid. Did you just make that up? I love the look. Oh, I love how I'm looking in this. Would you like to take a guess? I think you made it up. But we gonna find out, right? Oh, okay. So I get one more. Oh, so it was the starting attempt. Okay. So let's see. Where else we gonna go? Where else we're gonna go? Let's go by the sea. Explore the previous location first. Oh, okay. Duh. All right. I see it. You got to go in sequence. A lot of ember thistles are in full bloom over there. What is it? It's an incredibly hardy flower. Scatter its seeds anywhere, and you'll end up with a field of them. It's impossible for that to happen in the ocean, especially the deep sea. Even animals struggle to survive there. How would we know if we don't try? Perhaps creatures on land could also thrive in the sea. I'm really liking this music. Kind of like a cross between Game of Thrones and well, actually it does remind me a lot of Game of Thrones. And the score from Aquaman, the one with Jason Momoa in it. Jason Momoa looks hot as Aquaman. That's the only reason I saw the movie. Justin, that's what I need to give him the nickname and call him the Little Mermaid. I swear. I'm unsure if you're setting up the plant for failure or me for disappointment, but all right, I'd like to see the deep sea covered in flowers as well. Okay, so that's my two choices. So, okay, there's a lost scroll that I can't get to right away. Ooh. Oh, this is neat. Well, it is going to be a couple of days. The event goes until the 30th. So, okay, so let's see. Where's my event tasks? What did I do? Then my exploration attempts. I like the sound effect when you switch screens. That's very good. And okay, so let's go to Misty Harbor. What are we going to blow money on? I don't really need any deep space wishes. Okay, I think I'm just going to save for right now. Because again, as Raphael really isn't my main, I'm focused on resources. So All right, enough of that. Enough of that. Let's go to the myth. We're gonna read the myth. Okay. Tears of Romirro. Distant bells ring out as sea and land return to their ancient primal state. So, as we talked about earlier, the change this time around with the myth card is that you do not need to collect both cards in order to activate the companion. Well, no, you don't need both cards to read through the whole entire myth. Number one. Number two, you don't need to level up the cards in order to get all of the shards to activate the whole myth. So basically, if you get one of the two cards to make the companion, you get to read the myth all the way through. So again, props to Info for doing that, especially for those of us who are low spenders in this game. So here we go, the Tears of Romirro. 28 of you folks in here watching. Thank you so much. Let's see. Black Sea is about to devour the world. Humanity's last ark, the city of Romirro, is perched on a solitary island. There shall be a lunar eclipse, and at the end of the third night, Romirro will be annihilated as it sinks below the ocean's waves. The tome of the sea god, which has foretold all worldly changes, announced the day in which humanity will be submerged during the first night.
The sea god has abandoned us. He has abandoned everyone.
Ah, shoot. We got angry NPCs. That's never good.
The sea god is the one who will make the ocean devour Romirro. He wants to destroy us.
He abandoned us.
Oh, we're gonna die. I don't want to die.
At the edge of the harbor, which had suffered years of erosion because of the sea winds, desperate people pushed the sea god statues they carved with their own hands into the abyssal waters. Temples have been abandoned, their altars smashed, precious collections of books and scrolls are naught but ashes and smoke. Over the centuries, people's faith in the sea god and everything that's associated with him were swallowed by rising tides. It was only a matter of time before they were abandoned and forgotten. The bride of the sea god suffered this fate as well. What happened to me?
The second night is already here. It won't be long until Romirro is submerged. It will be just as the prophecy says. The citizenry is mired in unrest. Should this continue, chaos will inevitably unfold. My lord, we must find a way to soothe them.
It's only an eclipse. There's nothing to worry about. In fact, gather all the citizens and tell them.
Okay, heads up. When you see an actual rendering of an NPC, they usually figure pretty heavily in the myth. So instead of the little black shadow.
The tome of the sea god has revealed a new prophecy. We must hold the Wavier ritual and have the bride of the sea god make an announcement.
What I got to do with this? Apparently a lot, let's see.
Did you hear that? bride of the sea god.
The guards grab my arms and throw me to the ground. Oh, shoot. I stare at the intricate patterns that dot the hem of the Castellan's robes. The situation is ironic and leaves a bitter taste in my mouth. In the past, he was Romirro's minister whose loyalty to the city was unmatched. Yet he's now a cruel individual after the prophecy appeared in the tome of the sea god. Didn't you say the tome of the sea god spreads lies and leads people astray? Not only is it untrustworthy, but you sealed it away in a temple. What you trying to hide?
These matters are of no concern to you. Romirro shall be reborn under the current Castellan. You will make that stone tablet reveal something and then recite those words.
Oh, so you need me for your evil plan. Okay. Everything is at stake here, but you're still obsessed with power, obsessed with your power as the Castellan. How pathetic.
Foolish lass. Do you think you still be alive if someone else could converse with the tome of the sea god? Play your part. You know very well what will become of you if you don't.
Probably going to set me on fire. After hearing the heavy lock on the door, I'm once again left alone in the tower. Why y'all go so fast? Daggone it. Let's see. After hearing the heavy lock behind the door, I'm once again left alone in the tower. Suddenly, a gentle breeze sweeps in. The blood on my face is wiped away. Okay.
You're the bride of the sea god. Why are you letting humans mistreat you?
That's a good question. When did he appear? Hey, RJ McReady. He says, I suspect he wants a patsy. Yep. Gotta have one. That title is nothing more than a pair of shackles. Why can't you be the groom of Loretta's dead? I don't remember when it started. At first, I thought the voice was a hallucination born from my lengthy imprisonment. But time passed, and the seagulls brought me seashells with strange patterns. That's when I became certain of his existence. He claimed to be the sea god, but his voice was too youthful, too mysterious. I couldn't trust him. However, I found myself involuntarily anticipating his appearances. If anything, it'd make my time here a little more bearable. And like a person who was fascinated while watching a goldfish in a bowl, he approached me. He tested me, tempted my heart to yearn for freedom as it sat in a pit of despair. I can talk this morning.
Don't you want to escape? Tonight is your only chance.
What?
When the eclipse hangs high and the tides flow back, you only need to remember two things.
Okay, what two things are those? What are you talking about? You talking about, Willis? The sea breeze flips through the tattered pages on the table. It stops, and there I see a page covered in mysterious, intricate symbols.
The sea god's Summoneo staff. the sea's ritualis hymn. When the time comes, I will answer your call.
So, a staff and a hymn. The last traces of his voice are buried by the horn. I look outside to see an anxious crowd gathering under the dilapidated tower. Oh, are they going to try to drown me? What do you mean? What do you want me to do? Are you still there? Silence falls over the tower. I squeeze my eyes shut and force myself to stay calm. His proposal is too sudden. It could be a trap as well. I'd be foolish not to question it. Yeah, what do you want from me? Even if it is a trap, does it matter? Is there anything more hopeless than being imprisoned here forever? I might as well take this gamble. All right, let's start this rodeo.
Rejoice, everyone!
Atop the tower, Hawkern raises the orb that symbolizes Romirro. His gaze sweeps over the port's towering embankments and the ships with their black sails.
Do not fear this lunar eclipse. It heralds a new hope, a new future for Romirro. We will not crumble under the waves. We've cast aside the sea god and left behind our hollow faith. Now, our centuries of sacrifice have changed the ancient prophecy. You will see the truth with your own eyes.
The sea of people are like ants. They're restless. A guard shoves me and I stumble to the edge of the tower. Oh, are they going to push me off? In that instant, gazes below me filled with disgust, fear, anxiety, and cold indifference pierce me like arrows. What is it with these people? Well, they're scared. I need to borrow the Sumneo staff. My lord, the power within the tome of the sea god has faded. I need to use the sea god's Sumneo staff to make the prophecy's words manifest again.
The Wavier ritual doesn't require a sacred staff. Do not lie to me.
Tonight is the lunar eclipse. Without the Sumneo staff to protect us, should any signs resembling calamities appear, I will turn this crowd on you so they can eat you. I deliberately lower my voice. At that moment, lightning tears through the clouds. The sea churns and massive waves crash against the shore. You might want to give me that staff, Bay. A moment passes. The sea god Sumneo staff, its old age apparent, is given to me. According to him, I need to sing to him. Yep, so I gotta sing it. As I brush away the dust from the staff and raise it towards the tome of the sea god. Our silent universe awakens in the faint light where dusk and dawn meet and merge. Golden hour. The young impure sea god descends upon the first wave surge. The ancient lyrics flow from my mouth as the staff slowly traces a totem-like pattern in the air. Suddenly, mysterious singing drifts through the biting sea wind. With my voice, it echoes from afar. Who's singing? He sounds better than Silas. I know that because Silas can't sing worth a damn. He's here. Good, he didn't lie to me. A slight feeling of relief washes over me as I face the wind and sing even louder. He who commands the cycles of the sun, the moon, the tides, he who guides souls to rest in distant realms.
She's singing the sea's ritualist hymn, that forbidden song. Guards, seize her!
Oh, it's forbidden? Why is that? The guards lunge at me, but the staff emits a dazzling blue light that repels everyone. The sea god wields fire in the darkness. He is the blazing sun who ignites the lost night. Thunder crashes down upon the sea, and enormous waves manifest. Heavy rainfall descends as the storm engulfs all of Romirro. I like the effects they got going on here. This is nice. Terror and chaos erupt around me. I I clutch the staff tightly and continue to sing until a beam of light appears. It points to something under the towering waves. I brace myself before I leap into the ocean. He said he would greet me, but this is a little too violent for my liking. Black seawater twists into a massive vortex and carries me away. Disoriented, I stop swimming and let my body sink deeper into the ocean's depths. I lose track of time before a magnificent yet ruined structure gradually appears.
You're here at last.
A voice as cold as frigid seawater drifts toward me. Ghostly light sweeps across the crumbling ruins. Like moonlight, it's reflected in my eyes. Before me is a slowly swaying fishtail. It's so magnificent that everything I have ever considered beautiful in my life suddenly feels plain and unremarkable. A human body with the tail of a fish and the power to control the ocean. Are you the sea god? Are you the sea god?
My identity is of little importance.
I do like this Bezos voice, I'm not gonna lie. Several heavy chains are wrapped around his body. Powerful runes, barely visible, keep him immobilized.
I've saved your life. Now then, release the seals that bind me.
Why would the sea god be imprisoned in a place like this? Yeah, you got some questions to answer here.
I could be lying. I can help you. But I can also let you drown in these abyssal waters to keep me company.
If I die, there will be no one else to save you.
I see you're unaware of what you've awakened.
The legends say the sea god. Why
I'll
is it go so
examine you like
fast?
this when you're in shackles.
I like the pearls, that's for sure.
Your power alone is no match for these.
I don't like that my
Scale
lines are going too
is
fast.
as cold as the lonely moon. At dawn, it shall pierce your heart. The sea's ritualist hymn you sang, that is the answer. You shall find no hiding place wherever the sea flows.
Wow, either you really loved me once and I did something really nasty, really bad, but you're so cold. Oh, what is this? Uh, This power feels familiar.
This is the mark you've been searching for. But it was also a seal in another form.
I guess I'll let you go.
The voice of the storm. Come to me.
Oh, I like how the ruins look. See, like all the rune marks on the shackles? You did a really good job with this.
Again. Call out to me from the vast
Sorry, I see Jason Momoa when I see those eyes.
still the inextinguishable vengeance. The sea god's revival has been completed. You've rewritten the fate of these waters. Starting from this moment, you are bound to me. You cannot turn back.
Wow, I didn't get like a proposal or nothing. Wow. Okay, so let's see. Part 2. Okay, so there's a lot of parts to this. So I'm probably going to do with this what I did before, which is read part of the story and then read the rest of the story in another upcoming live stream, because we gonna be here for a lot longer than I'd planned, and I got a hard stop in 45 minutes. So let's go. The storm's roar filters through the seawater and resonates as whales' distant songs. My body feels impossibly heavy, yet scenes from my dreams gradually come into focus.
The tome of the sea god cannot be wrong. She is the sea god's bride and our only hope. We need her if Romirro is to survive. She will be Romirro's future castellan, protect the land in the sea god's stead, and change the prophecy.
There's still over half a year until your coming of age ceremony, yet the gifts are already piling up. We've run out of space to store them. Everyone truly admires you from the bottom of their hearts, my lady.
Ooh, I love presents.
She's the sea god's bride and was raised by the Castellan. Her knowledge and abilities are exceptional. She is kind and approachable. A wonderful person deserves all the best things in life.
Look at what our foolish devotion to the sea god brought. Death, disaster, and the prophecy that Romirro shall be submerged more quickly.
So y'all used to love me and now you hate me. Sounds like a Guns N' Roses song. I used to love her, but I had to yeet her.
The sea god will never save Romirro.
The bride of the sea god is nothing but a farce!
She and the sea god will destroy Romirro.
They lied to us.
Why would he do this? It's a lie.
Anyone else notice the audio clipping a little bit? Wow.
Run, my lady! Don't let them catch you!
Oh Lord. So they're gonna come take me. They're gonna kill. They're gonna yeet my ladies in waiting.
Can you hear them? Everyone is asking for you to die. And yet, you're the only one who can communicate with the tome of the sea god. I won't let you suffer a miserable death.
What? You'll kill me
I'll
faster?
spare you so long as you obey me. How does that sound?
Because you need me for something. I open my eyes. Brilliant white lightning dispels my chaotic nightmare and illuminates the scene before me. Rainwater flows through the window frames. It makes the carvings and murals gradually reveal the lifelike faces of gods.
Are you awake?
The sea god looks at me, his beautiful tail having transformed into human legs at an unknown point in time. Yeah, he could just turn that on and off. He can walk on land?
I have prepared a gift for you.
Really? He lifts me up and directs my gaze to the steps below. Hawkern, his most trusted minister, the tower's guard captain. Those who had bullied and abused me are now on the ground. Bound, they crawl and struggle, their eyes filled with fear and despair.
Their lives are in your hands. Would you like to deal with them one by one?
His hand covers the back of mine. He guides me to raise my hand, and lightning gathers in my palm. Debris scatters, and the Castellan's crown clatters to the ground. The puddles on the floor bloom crimson.
Or would you rather finish them all at once?
My palm is quickly held again. Out of nowhere, raging waves rise in the center of the temple and engulf everyone. Dang, I'm just murking everybody. Watching them struggle as they suffocate, I feel a sense of satisfaction. However, an indescribable emotion wells up. The sea god already has a terrible reputation. Won't this make people hate you more?
Lower your hand then.
I pause before I hold my hand even. I pause before I hold his hand even tighter. I hear him chuckle as the illusory waves shimmer with rippling light. They reflect a cold emptiness in his eyes.
The faith of humans is nothing more than self-interest. They worship when they need something, and curse when they don't get what they want. Why should I care about reputations?
As if he had his fill of watching their death throes, he releases my hand. The water vanishes.
They claimed I've abandoned this world. Very well. I'll let them be a witness to true annihilation. This is only the beginning. Don't you dare become merciful too swiftly.
You're overthinking it. I would never. The dying Castellan struggles to prop himself up. His gaze burns with a fury that could shoot flames.
You, if it weren't for me, you would have been executed. How dare you repay my kindness with betrayal?
Dude, I could have killed you. So the lamb penned for slaughter is obligated to thank the butcher. You're insane. I like that line. I pick up a sword from the ground and hurl it at him. The blade stabs his shoulder blade.
Ah! Don't forget, your life is still in my hands. If I die, you will be cursed to perish in agony.
You don't have that kind of power. Then we'll die together. Does it look like I'm scared? A swift death is better than living as a caged bird forever.
A curse.
The sea god lifts my chin and strokes my cheek. Tentacled like bluish green runes slowly appear. Ooh.
You're
Near my
referring to
face?
these crude patterns.
He curls his fingertips. His movements are gentle, yet the runes are being torn away from my cheeks. Well, okay. I didn't even know that. So that's why he could control me, because he had like a ruin curse put on me. The same ones that they used to imprison the sea god. Okay. Yeah, it probably does hurt.
Stay still. Indeed, it's an ancient curse, but it's far too weak to control my bride. Close your eyes.
I hear an eerie sound as something is destroyed with the pain.
What a terrible attempt of a trick.
When I open my eyes again, wisps of murky mist still linger in the air. Nearby, the Castellan is suspended in midair. A water tendril tightens around his throat.
These magics can't be wielded by humans. Tell me where you found it.
What right do you have to judge me?
I won't tell you anything. You don't need to worry about asking again either.
Aren't you a god? Why are you destroying everything? The Muria, Whalefall City. Now you want to destroy this island.
Lemuria? Didn't legends say the sea god lived there? In the sky, golden lightning freezes. Dark-colored waves surge. When the waters recede... Oh, daggone it. Slow down, y'all. When the waters recede, the Castellan and the others have vanished without a trace. Where have you taken them?
They're in a more appropriate place.
Why didn't you just kill Hawkern? A blood-stained crown
You were
flies.
imprisoned in his cage. How many years? If the hatred from that time could be offset by him dying instantly, I would happily grant your wish at this very moment.
You would offer me a gift without a reason. What is it that you want? Tell me.
You are my bride, aren't you?
He touches the pearls in my hair before he lowers his gaze.
Removing unsavory elements from my bride's life is my duty.
As I debate whether I should confront him or try to extract information more subtly, a thunderous crash resounds outside the window. When did we friggin' get married? I guess I'll find out later on in the story. The storm has destroyed a distant embankment. The water rushes in like a roaring beast as it flows directly into the city. Oh, okay, so this city is kind of like New Orleans. What is happening? This is only the second night. Romirro shouldn't be sinking now. Hey, Angela. I'm playing a gacha game with a story. The The tome of the sea god has been returned to the temple. I run there and I'm shocked that the words of the prophecy are emitting a faint glow.
This future was predetermined long ago. Whether it's the second or third night makes little difference. You knew this day would come. Why are you surprised?
Because I don't want to freaking die. I've only just completed my escape and I have yet to taste a day of freedom. I don't want to die like this. If I perish along with Romirro, you.
You are my bride.
Stop going so fast. Let's see. If I perish along with Romirro, you will be the sea god with the shortest marriage in history. Infold, I'm going to have to send you a suggestion to slow down the scrolling of the text.
But it hasn't been long since I was awakened. My powers haven't fully returned yet. I have the will, but not the strength.
To quote Ron White, I had the will. What I had the ability to stay silent, but not the will. No, I had the will to stay silent, but not the ability.
Why don't you tell me your other wishes? I'll try my best to fulfill them for you.
Oh, so he a genie now? Okay, so what if you regained your powers?
Give me your hand.
Okay. A cold glint flashes as he cuts both our palms. He intertwines his fingers with mine and our blood mixes. It drips onto the tome of the sea god. Golden light rises from the tome of the sea god like threads of silk. They unfurl in midair and weave together to form poetic words. Lemurians who seeketh absolute power combat the treacherous tides, dive into the deep for pearls, find a true love. Okay, that made no sense. There were hidden prophecies in the tome. It makes sense now. Despite the fact that I've conversed with the tome of the sea god many times, I could only decipher fragments and incomplete phrases. Yet more shocking is the meaning contained in these words. I struggle to grasp the most crucial line. To find a true love. That means the sea god appears more composed as he raises his hand to brush away the text and heal the wound on my hand.
You already know the answer, my beloved bride.
Do I, though? You knew you needed me to restore your power. That's why you gave me those gifts.
You're more clever than the humans I'm familiar with.
Now that I understand his intentions, I feel oddly relieved. According to the tome, you'll regain your power and stop the sea from swallowing Romirro if we fall in love. That's a quid pro quo if I ever heard one. So I gotta fall in love with this dude so Romirro doesn't get destroyed.
As things stand, this is your only option.
But falling in love doesn't happen instantly. All the while, the threat of this land is sinking below the waves looms over us. I don't want to kiss him. Let me do this thing. I will love you forever until I breathe my last breath. I got my fingers crossed behind my back when I say that.
Under my divine gaze, a human's life is but the blink of an eye. A fleeting moment is too brief.
Would you rather have this love disappear early or have a moment last a little longer? I deliberately emphasize my words, but I already have an answer. He won't let me die since he needs me.
I see. I'll have to extend your lifespan. Do you remember how you awakened me?
The Sumneo staff and the Sea's Ritualis hymn. He places the staff in my hands. I'm not sure when or how he got it.
This can temporarily awaken some of my powers, but we need one more thing to stop the storm.
He turns over my hand as he traces letters on my palm. I can't help but open my mouth. Raphael. That's your name?
Remember it. That is my name. Recite my name in your heart with the utmost devotion. Then, sing the hymn for me once more.
He suddenly dives into the storm, and his legs transform into a brilliant fishtail as he soars above the terrifying waves. The Sumneo staff emits a light to accompany my song. I sing with all my strength and stare at his figure. He glides along the top of the waves. Lightning from the tip of his tidebreaker trident strikes the heavy storm clouds. Streams of golden light swirl across the sea's surface. The rain stops and the wind ceases as the subdued tides transform into millions of transparent fish. They stir up the sand and gravel as they slowly retreat to the deep sea. At the base of the damaged statue, people kneel in the muddy waters, yet they see the sun rising behind the sea god. He turns around. His gaze passes through the lingering mist and lands on me. I'm noticing the audio clipping. So hang on. I'm going to restart the app really, really, really quick. Because that wasn't a problem before. Don't worry. I'll bring it back in a little bit. Something went wonky with the audio. So I'm just restarting the app real quick. That's the first time I have ever had audio do that. Okay. Man, I hate it when audio clips. That drives me nuts. So I apologize for that. I don't know what happened. Something happened with the app. So just restarted. Seems like we're fine. Okay, much better. Much better. Okay, so let's do parts 3 and 4. Hawkern and his henchmen are imprisoned in a water cage that's under a waterfall. They receive my thorough care. I know that Raphael didn't spare Hawkern just to let me have my revenge. For him, Hawkern might have some value. I tried to ask him about it, but Raphael wouldn't give me an answer. As the heir to the previous Castellan, I become the new ruler of Romirro. Unexpectedly, some rumors begin to spread throughout the city. The sea god's bride awakened him. Now he carries out her orders without question. If she can command the sea god to calm the storm during the eclipse, then surely she can command him to drown Romirro. She put 12 venomous sea snakes in the water prison. They drink the former Castellan's blood every day, and the water below Mosin Waterfall is now bright red. Oh, this is how rumors get started. Started by jealous people. I pay no attention to their gossip. After all, I have no interest in ruling a city that once abandoned me. What matters is that I must fall in love with Raphael.
Your Highness, the harbor repairs?
What about him? Deal with it yourself.
Your Highness, the city plans to erect several new statues of the sea god.
You don't need to ask for my permission. Wow, I'm just salty today. After shutting out those annoying voices, I searched the temple for any sign of Raphael. The place has become the sea god's residence. To fall in love with him sooner, I spend most of my time here. The problem is he's always somewhere else. How am I supposed to fall in love with him? What is this?
You forgot about the scale already?
The scale I held in my hand had transformed into a blue seashell. It now hangs from a delicate, silvery white chain. Is this a token of affection?
At the very least, it's not a token of hatred.
Okay. The necklace is put around my neck, and the seashell is like a crystalline mark over my heart.
Keep it safe. It's a piece of my heart.
Oh,
It
really?
will let me know where you are and what you're doing.
Oh, so basically it's a low jag or an air tag. Don't you trust me? He can track my every move, but I have no idea what he's up to. It's not exactly fair. See, that's what I'm saying. In the center of the temple, several springs converge into a deep, mysterious pool. The waters churn, and the currents with white sea foam are connected to the deep sea. Around the pool stand 12 broken statues, their damaged torsos holding candle holders of solidified whale oil. Their heads are solemnly lowered towards me. He took the time to build a pool. I've learned something. However, he likes to soak in the water. Bored, I picked up a few silver leaves from a nearby box and skipped them. They bounce across the water. I don't know if the citizenry is trying to curry favor with Raphael and me, but people have sent numerous gifts while keeping their distance. Is he not here? There is no response under the water. I'm about to give up when I catch a glimpse of an unusual light flashing below the surface. Curiosity compels me to. Okay, that
It's
went really
impolite to
fast.
enter my bedchamber without greeting me first.
I want to know what's up with this very, very suggestive outfit, Raphael. Raphael floats to the surface, his long hair spreading out along the water's surface. I can barely see his tail. It's like a streak of cold yet beautiful multicolored sunlight you'd see during a sunrise or sunset. I supervised the renovation of this temple when I was 15. If anything, this place should be mine.
You are correct. I shouldn't have stopped you.
Okay, yeah, he tried to drag me in the water. I used this momentum to grab his arm and quickly wrap my arms around his neck before the water can engulf me. It's cold. I hate cold water. Oh, I hate cold water.
Yes, and you could have avoided this.
He is so daggone sassy. I was afraid you'd vanish again when I wasn't looking. How are we supposed to learn more about each other and fall in love if you're not here?
Is clinging to me like an octopus part of your plan to fall in love with me?
Cuddling can be used to gain affection, but there's also another reason. A cold water droplet slides across the tip of my nose. I sneeze multiple times.
Why are you so delicate?
Really, dude? Really? The water in your bedchamber is too cold. Why is it freezing? Because that's what he's used to, the water
Is there a
temperature.
problem? Only humans have a habit of parboiling themselves.
You know what? If you're so testy about humans, why the heck am I the bride of the sea god? Okay. You knew what you were getting. It's called taking a hot bath. Choo. The current carries us to shore. Raphael's tail transforms into a pair of legs as he steps onto stone tiles inlaid with seashells.
You say you don't want to die, and yet you jump into frigid waters. Your desire to survive is rather wanting.
You say you need to fall in love with me, yet you're nowhere to be found. Do you actually want to get your powers back?
I never believed an intangible emotion such as love could serve a purpose.
He sets me down as a ball of flame rises from his palm. I flinch and pull away, but he places it in my hand. It's not burning me, and it's warm. Hello, Miss Bebop, and welcome. It says, girl, I wasn't expecting this video this early. Appreciated. Thanks. With you and me both. I pulled this. I did like 30 pulls and got it. I did not expect to get it. So I am happy to share my good fortune with the rest of you all. And Angela Richter, a member for 21 months, says, wow, everyone woke up anxious this morning. I hope things are going okay, my dear. And thank you so much for being a member for 21 months. Girl, I so appreciate you. I so appreciate you. And even more so for gifting those 5 Reina Creole memberships. Thank you so much, my dear. So generous. So generous. I couldn't say the word that I needed. Oh, dang it, YouTube. Well, I am glad to see you, Angela, and so thankful you gifted those 5 Lorena Creole memberships. Thank you so, so, so very much, my dear. Appreciate it. If you got a membership from Angela, please do tell her thank you for her generosity. Oh, no worries, Angela. It happens. Life gets in the way. The longer you're away, when you come back, the bigger the greeting because we miss you. Hey, Branda's Magical Adventure. Good seeing you, my dear. Good seeing ya.
Are you no longer afraid?
He creates several more spheres of fire and uses them to dry my hair and clothes until they're comfortably warm. Oh, isn't he just
I'm only
generous?
following the tome's revelations because I don't have an alternative. I won't fall in love with you. It doesn't matter how close you get.
Don't worry. I'm just trying to survive. Don't misunderstand and think I'd actually have feelings for you. Now this is getting to how I really feel about this. I'm doing this for my people. Well, for me, so I don't die. I play with a ball of fire in my hands and toss it around. The dancing flame casts a softness across Raphael's face that doesn't suit him. He sits beside me on the stone steps and carefully examines the ornate boxes. These are gifts from the citizenry. They want to thank you for saving them from the storm that night.
These aren't gifts. They're displays of submission for the sake of self-preservation. They despise you, and then they coddle you like a babe in swaddling clothes. Faith, devotion, all of it is hypocrisy.
Damn, he's salty. You don't seem to be furious, though.
And you've entertained yourself by skipping those silver leaves. Why should I be angry?
They belong to you. Keep what you like and throw away the gifts you dislike.
I'm not interested in insincere offerings.
Well, I have something that should interest you. I walked to the tome and retrieved the Sumneo staff that was hiding behind it. It used to be yours, yes. Now it's yours again.
You are its rightful owner.
Really? He gestures for me to look at the ruby on the staff. There's a strange, distinctive mark on it.
It's your name written in the Lemurian language.
Really?
It belonged to me, but it seems I gave it to you. So it's yours now.
So it's mine because I touched it? Okay. I don't remember that. I don't remember that.
What a coincidence. I don't remember it happening either. Perchance it was before my long slumber, or it happened in a more distant past. In any case, it's of no significance.
Okay. The staff feels heavy. I place it next to the tome of the sea god. Why would you give me a precious staff?
I'm not sure. Maybe it's because I liked you.
Really? Maybe my expression was too incredulous because he starts laughing.
You don't want us to be smitten with each other?
You sound like you didn't want to be.
If anything, you don't seem all too pleased with the fact that I liked you before.
Well, there's some truth to that. I just can't imagine you genuinely falling in love with a human. But if we truly had feelings for each other in the past, then falling in love again might not be so difficult. What should I fall in love with, though? If I only had, if I only admire his appearance, then we'd have an unstable foundation. Yeah, this is true. This is true. Although that the appearance looks very good, at least in this incarnation, anyway.
Your thoughts are impolite, I presume.
I was thinking about the god I'm supposed to fall in love with. I'm wondering what his character is. For example, I'd like to learn more about his likes, his dislikes, his strengths, his flaws. If he laughs at fart jokes, stuff like
If
that.
you knew those despicable aspects and flaws, would you still fall in love?
They say that if someone can accept your most awful aspects, then it's true love. It touches the soul.
In other words, an ignorant, foolish impulse.
For the sake of survival, I'm willing to sacrifice some rationality.
It's not difficult for you to discover what kind of god I am.
He moves closer and lifts the she shell hanging around my neck.
When the next full moon arrives, you will find the answer you seek.
28 days for me to fall in love with you? Is that what you're saying? What do you mean? Raphael sinks into the pool, which causes water to be splashed everywhere. He waves at me unhurriedly before vanishing in the blink of an eye. Full moon night 3 days later. Night fog blankets the wilderness. Grayish white blades of grass rise past my ankles. Short trees are scattered about, and their gnarled branches stretch in my direction. The necklace's seashell emits a soft glow. It guides me out of the city and into a dense forest at the foot of Mount Onyuna. What's that sound? I quicken my pace. Exceptionally bright moonlight filters through the trees and illuminates ruins covered in gray-green moss. Raphael stands in the center of the area. Water flows from his hands to lift the broken stones. They're pierced together in midair. I continue to tiptoe, and then ha!
I heard you breathing earlier. Who do you think you're trying to scare, mortal?
Don't you think you should use my name? You brought me here in the middle of the night just so I could watch you build a house. I recognize these as the oldest ruins on the island, but no one knows their origins.
Correct. Come closer. You're in the way.
Still uncertain, I move to the side. The stone bricks float upward and assemble themselves into a wall covered with fragmented inscriptions.
His blood surged to form the oceans. His scales transformed into the stars above. His bones became the whales who bore the sun disk, the moon clams that measure time, the coral bridges that lead to the netherworld.
That's the creation myth for how the sea god founded Lemuria. Are these ruins connected to the sea god? Are these ruins connected to the sea god?
This place is part of the Island of Songs.
I furrow my brow. How strange. The name sounds familiar, but I can't remember anything about it. As I'm deep in thought, More stones rise with the flowing water. They connect the broken walls and the ruins to gradually form a shrine. The full moon hangs above like a bright pearl set in the center of an accessory. It illuminates fragments of the temple's former glory.
It preserved Lemuria's history, as well as the important chronicles of every sea god. The sea god you want to learn about is here.
These are the stories about the sea god, but they're not the story of Raphael.
There's no difference. One day, I will become another sea god who's depicted here. The name Raphael shall be forgotten.
He tilts his head back as if he's using somewhat real yet illusory fragments to search for pieces of his memories. That doesn't sound like a good thing.
Yet you want me to get my powers back, so I can ascend and become a true sea god.
You're not wrong. The flowing water gradually disperses, and the shrine crumbles apart once more. It has returned to being ruins. What about you? After you regain your powers, what do you want to do?
I'll start with finding the person who sealed me away at the bottom of the sea.
I hope that wasn't me. I'm just saying. Do you remember who it was?
I will eventually.
Ooh, how effed up would it be if I'm the one who sealed him at the bottom of the sea? What a twist, right? Right? I'm betting I was. Empathetic, I nod. I know what it feels like to lose your freedom. You were sealed away for so long. You must really hate that person.
They aren't even worthy of my rancor.
Okay. What? Really?
However, I won't let them go unpunished.
He glances at the moon before walking into the dense forest. I hurriedly catch up to him. There's one thing I still don't understand. You forgot who sealed you away. How do you know that I can break your seal?
You are the sea god's bride. You're the only one I would choose. And you were the only person I could sense when I was sealed away.
As he says this, a cryptic smile suddenly appears on his face.
It was ironic. I first heard your voice as you slandered me.
What?
You said the tome was worthless since it couldn't find the sea god. However, it somehow revealed the location of his bride, so you were captured and forced to suffer. You said I abandoned my bride, played with whatever caught my fancy, and questioned how I could be the sea god. You claimed I was worse than a sea cucumber.
Okay, so you heard me talking smack about you. Okay.
Also,
Oh, there's more? You're making up nonsense. I have never insulted you. I argue while frantically trying to think. However, I have insulted him a few times.
I eventually realized that when you talked to yourself or slandered me, it meant you were in good spirits. And if there were days when you were very quiet, I could also guess what you were going through.
Okay. All right, not so bad since you put it that way. You really like watching people in secret, huh?
That's an incorrect assumption. I only see you.
Oh dang, that hair is I'm not a fan of long hair, but that effect is freaking awesome. We had wandered to the shore without realizing it. Moonlight casts a shimmering glow across the sea's surface. Blurry, distant stars sparkle where the ocean meets the sky.
What is it?
It's to stop you from jumping into the water and vanishing again.
Holding my hand won't be enough.
If you keep disappearing, it'll be hard for me to fall in love with you. You should at least tell me what you're doing and where you're going.
Would you like to accompany me this time?
I can't breathe water, so how that's gonna work? He raises his hand, and the moonlight condenses into a strand of silver thread at his fingertips. Then it descends onto the sea's surface. Every stream immediately becomes visible in the water's reflection. They follow the moonlight, coil around his cupped hand, and dance.
The perfect opportunity is right in front of you.
I heard I thought it was somebody screaming. He releases a strand of moonlight and makes a gesture with his hands that resemble a flying bird. He whistles and the sound lingers. Then an enormous white skeleton arises from the sea. Angela Richter says there's so much double entendre in this. I'm taking notes. Very true. I don't blame you, my dear. Buddy Hepburn, he's about to go full Twilight. If anyone would go full Twilight, then it would be him. Good seeing you, buddy. It reminds me of a fish with large fins. The creature swiftly cuts through the sea mist and appears before me.
Are you scared?
Don't underestimate me. I'm just intrigued. But as soon as I step forward, I find myself at a loss. I'm unsure how to approach this skeletal creature. I feel a sense of weightlessness as Raphael places me directly on the creature's back. His legs then transform into a tail and he swims into the ocean.
Hold on tight. Should you fall, I won't save you again.
Oh, you sure will save me again. Don't even say that nonsense. All right. So let's see. Let's go here to part 4. The Tears of Romirro. Raphael swims through the inky black water. Silvery light breaks into pearls that flow along his tail. Close behind is the skeletal creature that's carrying me. This is your friend, Raphael? Is this your friend, Raphael? Should read that
Despite
right.
being nothing but bones, it tried to eat me when we first met. Is that what friends do?
I'd say it's more of a hungry friend. Ah! As if it understood what I said, it suddenly whips its tail in an attempt to throw me off. I quickly grab onto what was once its dorsal fin.
The Fantasia shark is very temperamental. I advise you not to provoke it. If you throw caution to the wind, it'll reduce you to a pile of bones with just a few bites. Its species died along with Lemuria. I have no idea where this one came from.
Okay, I need a Fantasia shark in my life. I'm just saying. Could it actually be your friend from before you went to sleep, I mean? The Fantasia shark raises its head and makes an almost inaudible sound. Then it quietly swims closer to Raphael.
Maybe. I caught glimpses of its shadow in Whalefall City.
According to legends, it was the most magnificent and beautiful place in all of Lemuria. Sorrow and suffering don't exist there.
Humans and their myths have never shied away from exaggeration. I don't remember what Whalefall City looked like. Only when the sea god's power is restored can all slumbering Lemurians be awakened. And then, Whalefall City shall return to this world.
That's good. You have a homeland worth longing for.
You're implying that yours isn't.
It abandoned me first. Not wanting to continue this conversation, I pretend to admire the Fantasia shark. After a moment, an idea appears in my mind. Raphael, come here. I want to give you a gift. But just so you're aware, I haven't done this in a long time. It might not work. Ooh, I wonder what I'm going to do.
I should keep my expectations low then?
Despite saying that, he raises his hand and uses the rising waves to sit down beside me. Okay, I'm loving the mist coming out from his ears like that. They kind of look like fins. That's pretty cool. I take a deep breath and concentrate on the palm of my hand and then gently place it on the Fantasia shark's head. In the darkness, a faint power slowly awakens. It cautiously moves towards me bit by bit. I've relaxed my breathing and tried to become part of that power. I capture every subtle change. I can sense it. Oh, wait, so I can read the darn Fantasia shark's mind? Is that what it is? A gentle radiance spreads out from the Fantasia shark. Layers of blue tint in the seawater and faintly, layers of blue tint the seawater and faintly reveal the silhouette of a city. While indistinct, its beautiful and magnificent form is still visible. Yeah, you're impressed, ain't you? I thought this Fantasia shark missed Whalefall City too, so I tried to resonate with it. So what did I do? Try to mind meld with the shark? Is that it? Did that bring back any memories? Okay, apparently it did. Raphael doesn't say a word until the water turns black once more. I'm forced to break the strange silence. Hey, Orange Hero 55! Says hopefully this game has some chicks in it. LOL. He's good looking and all, but not my type. Well, it's a gacha game, so yeah, it's dudes in it. I'm the only chick. You see me in cutscenes and everything. I hope all is well, my dear. I didn't expect it to work. I haven't resonated in a long time, and I only used it to help others find lost crabs and turtles.
Thank you.
What?
You helped me see Whalefall City. I'm expressing my gratitude.
You're welcome. The moon has disappeared as sea fog descends with the heavy clouds. They engulf our surroundings. As the fog grows thicker, my doubts continue to take root in the depths of my heart. You still haven't told me where we're going, Raphael.
We'll arrive at our destination once the fog clears.
But just as I'm about to press for more details, it suddenly feels like my mind, see, I suddenly feel like my mind is being enshrouded by fog. My consciousness becomes heavy. Something's wrong with this fog. Something's wrong with this
The
fog. What are you
fog
doing?
is as it should be. All you need to do is close your eyes and get some rest while you can.
What kind of nonsense is this? Why did I fall asleep?
Did you get enough rest?
How long was I asleep? And wait, where am I? The surrounding seawater surges violently. It rushes with the force of 1,000 avalanches towards a massive oceanic abyss. It's like a crack between heaven and earth. It seems as if the entire ocean is about to collapse. The thunderous roar is so deafening that it makes my ears hurt, and a sense of foreboding washes over me. Did he destroy the city anyway? Raphael, please don't tell me we're going there.
I thought you were eager to help me get my powers back. This is what the Tome of the Sea God means by combat the treacherous tides.
Now I understand what he meant when he said opportunity. Is it too late for me to change my mind? Because I don't know if I want to do this.
What do you think?
I'm guessing the answer is no. I sigh. I resign myself to my fate as I hold him tightly, close my eyes, and allow him to take me into the bottomless oceanic abyss. I better not regret this. As my dizziness subsides, I can still hear the massive waves crashing above us. Everything around me is still enshrouded in darkness. My survival instincts make me grip Raphael's shoulders tightly. Is it over?
It's only the beginning.
Of course. Shoot. He holds me close as we continue swimming toward greater depths. After what feels like an eternity, our feet finally touch a flat seabed. Dark blue flames ignite one after another in the distance. They move in our direction and reveal an ancient, magnificent plaza. Ooh, that looks cool. In the center stands a stone gate with multiple heavy chains. Each one extends to a tall stone statue that anchors it in place. The Lemurians have a lot of ruins.
This is the Sea God's tomb.
Wait, what?
Each stone statue below represents a sea god who has perished.
I hope you didn't bring me here just so we could be buried together.
Don't worry. That day is still tens of thousands of years away.
Okay. He shoots lightning from his fingertip, and it hits one of the guardian statues.
Stop pretending. I know you can hear me.
Young sea god, I've already told you. The bond's mark that is etched into your soul is never complete. You cannot enter the sea god's tomb, let alone reforge the Tidebreaker trident.
Oh, okay.
I've already brought the owner of that mark.
Even when I'm pushed forward, I'm still trying to figure out what this bond mark is. Yeah, I'm missing pieces.
If we're together, wouldn't that make it complete?
Not that easy.
You are correct.
The statue slowly turns towards me.
To awaken the Sea God, you must traverse the 33 levels of the Sea God's tomb to reach its depths, and to offer the Tidebreaker Trident on the altar.
33 levels?
Once the trial is complete, you can reclaim the Sea God's power.
Combining Raphael's words with the statues, I realize what is happening. There are statues representing past sea gods in each level of the tomb. Does that mean we need to defeat all of them? Then you'll be able to complete the trial and regain your powers. But how did he lose them in the first place? I'm not. Dying here is no different from dying in Romirro. If we succeed, my chances of living a long life will increase. Let's get this over with.
Take back those pessimistic words. It's not if we succeed. It's when we succeed. Leave everything to me. You just have to do one thing.
Which is?
Don't die.
Okay, no pressure. All right. The Tidebreaker Trident materializes in Raphael's hand as he walks to the stone gate. I take a deep breath and summon a silver sword.
Let's begin.
The stone statues slowly pull away the heavy chains. Layer upon layer of seals are released one after another, and the seabed begins to shake violently.
The key to passing this trial isn't to defeat the statues.
What? He suddenly pulls me close, lowers his voice, and enigmatic mirth flickers in the depths of his gaze. What does he have planned here?
It's related to reaching the altar.
As soon as a gap appears in the stone gate, Raphael swings his trident and creates a maelstrom. It sweeps us up and propels us through the entrance. Lightning flashes and sparks fly as he shoots into the first level like an arrow released from a bow. Meanwhile, a sea god statue is slowly emerging from an enormous stone niche.
Young Sea God.
Long-bearded sea god. Lightning strikes and catches the statue off guard. It's knocked back into the stone niche. Raphael doesn't linger. He rides the current into the second level and unleashes another lightning bolt without any hesitation. Chaos surrounds us as an unprecedented scorching heat radiates from Raphael's body, yet his gaze remains exceptionally sharp and composed. The stone statues are either knocked back before they can fully emerge or slow in their hopeless pursuit of us. Duck! I swing my sword to cut down several coral arrows flying towards us. Hate it when info goes so fast. Dang it. With lightning speed, he unleashes the Tidebreaker Trident, and a radiant brilliance akin to daylight fills the sea god's tomb.
What is the meaning of this? Why is the latest incarnation of the sea god so disrespectful?
I know, right?
Well done. A young god should have a young god's vitality.
This won't do. We need to add a new rule. Shortcuts are not allowed. Otherwise, My ancient stones will crumble to pieces.
How is it over already? I finally got a chance to stretch my muscles, but I haven't even made my grand entrance yet.
The surrounding clamor fades. Hazy threads of light. Stop going so daggone fast. Anyway, we
He
here.
who desires to ascend to true godhood, the deep sea shall inscribe your name. I shall cleanse thy body, temper thy weapons, and restore thy lost memories.
Accompanied by the mysterious chanting, a warm power surrounds me. Something reminiscent of flowing sand surges before my eyes as a familiar voice resounds in my ears.
In Lemuria, a bond best represents an everlasting vow and oath. When you offer the sincerest form of worship from the depths of your soul, my soul will be branded with your mark. I will be unable to defy you.
Dang, that's pretty deep.
And once a bond is formed, it shall never disappear. No matter where you are or what form you take, I will always be able to find you and recognize you.
It's Raphael's voice. Unconsciously, I reach out my hand and touch a face that is familiar, yet somehow not. His eyes still shine with the beauty of dawn's glow. However, his smile is more carefree and unrestrained, and as bright as the clearest seawater. But in the next moment, the warmth in his eyes gradually fades as his body sinks back into the black seawater. Only the mark below his collarbone faintly glows. The Lemurian covenant I promised you.
Hmm?
What is that?
What did you promise?
I'm willing to give you my heart, my sincerest form of worship. I'm willing to have your very being etched, engraved onto my soul. In a trance-like state, I hear myself say unfamiliar vows, yet every word seems to come from the depths of my heart. Okay, so I've said this before.
I gave you my heart.
He takes his hand and places it against the glowing mark. Everything is clear to me. Before you fell into a deep slumber, we had formed a Lemurian covenant. That's why I'm the bride of the sea god. Those threads of light gradually melt away. The seawater is cold again, and the atmosphere is somewhat awkward.
A Lemurian covenant can only be forged when both parties are willing. So, you voluntarily became my bride. It had nothing to do with the toe of the sea god. Don't forget to apologize to it after we get back.
I realize he's teasing me about the time I called the tome worthless. My ears burn with embarrassment as I clear my throat. You must have recognized our bond a long time ago. You just didn't tell me.
It only represents the past, and now it means nothing to us.
The tempered tidebreaker trident returns to his hand. Raphael turns around, his tail emanating more vivid and sharp radiance. Within his body, a portion of the sea god's power has been awakened. Oh, I know. Our bond means I can command you. You don't want to expose this weakness, do you? Of course not. In that case, I should carefully consider the best way to utilize it. He ignores my provocation and grabs my arm to swim upward, but then he stops.
You're hurt.
Am I? I follow his gaze to look at my back, but I don't see anything, and I don't feel any pain. It's just a minor wound.
It's not. You need to return to Romirro immediately.
What are we talking about? Raphael brings me back to the surface, and the Fantasia shark carries us to Romirro.
Loosen your clothes. I need to treat your wound immediately.
Is it that bad? It doesn't hurt. Raphael holds my shoulder with one hand and places his other hand on the back of my neck. Warm power emanates from his palms. Ah, shoot, it hurts. How did I get hurt? A pain from deep within my bones erupts and heads straight for my heart. It's so intense, I almost fall into the sea. Turning my head, I finally see the wound, but it's not a bloody gash. It resembles some strange floral pattern.
It's not working.
Oh my gosh, look at his eyes. Stop, you're making the pain worse. Yet long after Raphael stopped, the pain doesn't subside. I break into a cold sweat and the drops reach my eyes. They trigger another kind of sharp pain.
Hang in there. Once the fog clears, you'll feel better.
So I got flowers on me trying to kill me. Raphael, I need a favor. I groggily lift my eyelids as I rest on his lap. There are rumors. They say the sea god's song can enchant people's hearts and make them lose themselves in illusions. Could you possibly?
Don't believe useless rumors anymore.
Can't you try? I'll use our bond and... A melody is played on a flute. It flows across the rippling, glittering sea and gently falls into my ears. It's unfamiliar yet captivating as it guides me. I descend into a magnificent dream. I try to memorize every note as it flows. I don't acknowledge the pain anymore. Guided by the rhythmic sound of the waves and this melody, I slowly close my eyes once again. Okay, so that was part 4. All right. Let's head on into part 5. After returning to Romirro, Raphael immediately confines me to the temple. He requests that I don't go outside until my wound has fully healed. I want to know what was up with that flower pattern on me. Although I don't understand why he's being excessively cautious, he stays in Romirro. It's a pleasant surprise. However, the wound on my back often makes me disoriented. Sometimes I can hear faint crackling sounds deep within my spine. It's as if there are fish nibbling on coral. Maybe a more apt description would be how it felt similar to seawater washing over new scales. At other times, I'm fully conscious, yet somehow unable to open my eyes. Okay, what's happening to me? However, there is one thing I remember clearly. Whenever I curl up into a ball because of the searing pain, the sound of a flute drifts into my ears and numbs my suffering. And soon after, I drift back into a soft, peaceful sleep. While we were away from Romirro, something rather significant happened. Hawkern, the former Castellan, had escaped from the water prison. Sneaky.
We've already dispatched a group to search the entire city. As soon as they find something, I'll make a report.
Ouch. Paya, the lady in waiting, immediately falls silent outside the curtain. I hold back a gasp and turn to glance at Raphael. He's applying medicine to my body. Since he heard about Hawkern's escape, he has remained unfazed. There's not even a trace of anger or displeasure on his face. So what's up with that? I'll deal with this myself. Call back the people you've sent out. There's no need to search anymore.
Yes, Your Highness.
Whenever I wave my hand, Paya quickly retreats as if she's just been pardoned from an execution. You let him escape.
Beasts of the deep only bare their real fangs when facing death. Humans are no exception. Making him believe he still has a glimmer of hope will force him to reveal his plans.
Okay, hold on 1 second. I'm going to reboot this. Not reboot it, but I'm going to reboot the app because it seems like it's always... The audio seems to be clipping after a while. And I'm a perfectionist, so... I've never had audio clipping issues happen. I know, I keep saying this, but haven't had that happen before. Okay, maybe this will fix it. Okay. Okay, backing up a little bit. All right. We already said that part. We said that part. We said that part. We said that part. Hawkern escaped.
We've already dispatched a group to search the entire city. As soon as they find something, I'll make a report.
Yeah. Raphael's not fazed about Hawkern escaping. My lady in waiting is just like, I'm so glad you didn't have me executed.
Yes, Your Highness.
She's too funny.
Beasts of the deep only bare their real fangs when facing death. Humans are no exception. Making him believe he still has a glimmer of hope will force him to reveal his plans.
Aren't you afraid he might have a secret weapon?
You should be prioritizing your health.
He applies slight pressure with his hand. I subconsciously try to pull away from the pain, but he grabs my shoulder and presses me back onto the bed.
This ointment is made from gold feather algae. It's the best medicine for wounds in Lemuria.
What the heck did I touch? That's what I want to know. I guess I'll find out.
Stay still if you want to be hale and hearty again.
Then be gentler.
I am being gentle. Are human bodies so fragile that they can't withstand a tiny amount of pressure?
Bye, Angela. Says I've got to get back to work, folks. Have a fantastic day. Well, you have a fantastic day, my dear, as well. Again, so good to see you. Yet he still lightens his touch as he applies the medicine, his cool fingers gliding down my spine.
I could call for that lady in waiting and have her take care of you instead.
No, you're doing well. I like it when you look after me. His face betrays nothing. However, in the dim lighting, I notice the tiny scales rising subtly on his neck. I see he likes being praised. I take note of this small discovery. Well, who wouldn't be, but, you know. As a sea god, I guess he tries to be above it. He kind of reminds me of, like, Thor, like the first Thor movie. How Thor is just, like, you know how he is. He's all haughty and everything. That night, I develop a fever again. It often happens during these past few days. Raphael says this means my wound is healing, but feeling dizzy with a parched throat is still a miserable experience. Raphael, could you lend me your tail to cool down again?
No, we agreed that last night would be the last time.
Through the translucent curtains, I can see him lazily soaking in the pool, his tail creating ripples across the water's surface. It's not like I'll do anything. I just want to lean against it for a bit. The double entendres
Whose fever
in this
became
one.
so severe the last time that she thought she was eating fish.
Guilty, I close my mouth. The heat inside my body is still making me miserable. Hey, Ron, how you doing? Rod from Follow the Bradley's front in the chat. Hope you're doing well, my dear. I'm going to pretend to be weak. Raphael, you still there? I still think my ears are ringing. I can't hear your voice anymore. I'm saving the covenant for a really, really, really good thing to use it for. I don't want to keep using it.
Truly? That's not good.
With the splash, Raphael seemingly moves closer. I quickly close my eyes. After a moment, I hear the faint sound of flames burning
if your
metal.
ears are ringing, then the situation is grave. We'll have to make a cut along each ear to let some blood out.
No, that's okay. That's okay. That's okay. I quickly sit up and grab the small knife that Raphael is holding over the candle's flames. You a-hole.
You're done with your jest? It's not a good habit to give up halfway.
But in the end, he gives in. His tail is cool to the touch as I rest my head on it, and I meet his lower gaze. How much longer do I have to wait for my wound to heal?
You'll make a full recovery soon.
The mirror beside me reflects a flash of red, and I see the floral pattern. It's slowly fading, but it has left behind jagged, frightening marks. The voices I heard have become different. At first, sounds I usually ignore became louder. Bubbles popping, fingers brushing against surfaces, heartbeats rising and falling. Then the sound of churning seawater becomes increasingly clear in my ears. Even though the temple is far away from the beach, I can still hear the movements of the tide. Why are you concerned about this? Why are you so concerned about this injury?
It will make you more like a Lemurian. Your senses become heightened, so you'll be able to hear the call of the most distant oceans and see extraordinarily vibrant colors.
He absent-mindedly runs his fingers through my hair. Watch the
But
hair,
you are a
dude.
human. You'll become an outcast on land. Then you'll be unable to hear any sounds unless they're in the ocean. You won't see any colors unless they belong to the sea. Your legs will become too weak to walk on land, and you'll suffer. Seawater will flood your mouth and nose and rise in your throat. In the end, you'll drown on dry land.
The hell?
It doesn't look like you're afraid.
Because you'll keep me alive. You will, yes? He laughs softly, feels my forehead, and then picks up a cup of water. He helps me drink it.
If you try to make excuses again tomorrow, there's no guarantee.
Okay. As I slowly recover, Romirro's short summer arrives. The scent of flowers, which have been absent, permeates the wind. At night, I climb onto the roof of the temple and look at the port. The people are setting up tall platforms for bonfires. Perhaps they're preparing for the Sea's Gratis Festival once again, centuries later, to express their reverence for the sea god. It was once Romirro's grandest festival. People would thank the sea god and pray for his blessings and protection. If I'd already known that Raphael has no interest in a frivolous festival.
You're still injured.
I know, so I didn't leave the temple. I pat the spot beside me and invite him to sit down. Then I return my attention to horse at hand.
Sounds terrible.
He twirls a flute in his hand and unceremoniously taps the top of my head with it.
That's not how you play it. If the conch shell could express emotion, it would have already died of embarrassment.
Okay, so I don't know how to play this instrument. Then teach me how to play it properly. I like that song.
Why?
It might be because whenever I hear you play it, all my pain disappears. Just as no one dares to approach the temple without a good reason, no one dares to go near the tower that once imprisoned me. I thought escaping from the tower would make me feel better, but I guess not.
Your cage isn't in that tower. You can't leave the temple or the tower. You're afraid of losing the freedom to go where you please. Once your wound heals, nothing will be able to restrain you.
The conch shell is taken from my hand as Raphael brings it to his lips. He's testing it out.
Listen carefully if you want to learn.
The melodious tune rises and it mingles with the evening breeze and moonlight before floating away. I lean against Raphael's shoulders.
This island, this entire region, shouldn't be unconquerable obstacles in your search for freedom, no matter how many identities Romirro's people bestow upon you. You aren't obligated to fulfill them. You need to be willing to accept those roles.
One of those identities is the bride of the sea god. What if I don't want to be her?
Then don't be.
But I feel a bit reluctant to just let it go. I let out a long sigh and gaze at the lights that extend from around the temple to distant places. I used to love Romirro. I wanted to protect it forever and save it from the prophecy.
Unfortunately, it abandoned you.
I'm just a tool to the citizens. They believe I will save their lives.
Do you want all these people to disappear?
If I said I wanted that, would you carry out my wish?
If it would make you fall in love with me.
I tried to imagine their deaths, but I doubt that it will make me happy.
What would make you happy then?
When I don't respond, he hands me a long scroll.
Those ladies in waiting delivered it.
I look down and notice several ladies in waiting at the steps of the temple. They meet my gaze and bow nervously. I suppose they want me to preside over the rituals for the first day of the Sea's Gratis Festival.
I see. They're representing Romirro in an attempt to win your favor. When the time comes, you'll have to confront many of the people who abandoned you.
With apparent playfulness in his eyes, he brushes aside a strand of my hair that the wind had blown across my face.
How will you respond?
What would you do?
If it were me...
His fingertips moves down and rests over my trembling heart.
I'd ask this heart about what could make it happy.
Hey, Darth Plato says, what did I walk into here? If it's a Love and Deepspace stream, you know what you're walking into. So I happen to be very, very stochastically fortunate, aka lucky, to do a gacha pull and get the new myth card for Raphael. So we are actually going through that myth now. Tears of Romirro. We've gone through the first 5 parts. We've got 4 more parts to go. So we're going to jump right on into it after a very, very, very brief pause because I need to go grab a snack. I will be right back in about 2 minutes. So don't go anywhere. We're going to be back to finish Raphael's new myth, the Sea God myth. Be right back. All right, folks, we are back. Let's pick up where we left off. Let's go. With the toss of a torch adorned with flowering vines and seashells into the bonfire and the rise of dancing flames, the Sea's Gratis Festival officially begins. I descend from the elevated platform by the shore, giving the Sumneo staff to Veri for safekeeping. I guess it's when my lady's in waiting. Then remove the heavy crown from my head.
Thank you, Your Highness.
No need. In the end, I agreed to preside over the ritual for the Sea God's Gratis Festival. The reason is simple. Because the Sea God was forgotten and hated for centuries, I'm the only one who still knows how to perform the ceremony. Of course, this ritual respected the Sea God's opinion, so many of the complicated, extravagant elements were eliminated.
Why did you think the sea god would enjoy a dance that looks like crabs are fighting?
Now he's sassy again.
It's better to save your energy and make more fried shrimp cakes instead. These are actually delicious.
Okay, I'm obsessed with learning how to make fried shrimp cakes now. I wonder if that's a real thing or if Info made it up. It's an ancient dance that was passed down for generations. It's supposed to display the sea god's majesty. Actually, you have a point. It does look like crabs fighting. As I walk into the resting area surrounded by curtains, Raphael examines the pile of crates filled with offerings. It's as if they've formed a small mountain. Because he said the fried shrimp cakes from the city's eastern district were delicious, people rushed to replace their offerings with fried shrimp cakes. Why don't you make more special requests? You could ask for their assistance when you dive into the deep for pearls. I suspect the pearls that the Tome of the Sea God mentioned refer to something else, though.
Aren't fried shrimp cakes special?
Yes. Yes, they are. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. They are.
Food in the sea is too soft. Nothing has a unique texture such as this.
He breaks up a small piece and puts it in my mouth. Then he tosses upward a bubble filled with water to wash his hands.
As for the pearls, it can't be completed in a day or two. You also don't have to scour the entire sea for oysters. What you need to do now is...
His fingertip lifts my necklace. His eyes reveal what he's saying. Apply medicine. I loosen my collar and sit off to the side. When I think about how this wound is almost fully healed, I feel a tinge of sadness. During the ceremony, I realized for the first time that the sea wasn't completely black. The sound of the waves drifts in leisurely from beyond the curtains. It embraces my ears with a gentleness I never thought was possible. I also never imagined that fragments of the rainbow-colored light shimmered beneath the dark-colored waves and among towering white crests.
Don't say that. Once your wound heals, you'll have plenty of ways to see it again.
Okay. All right, Raphael, you're getting better at taking care of people. You don't hurt me anymore.
If I couldn't do this simple task well at this point, Wouldn't the sea god's divinity be tarnished?
Maybe.
However, should you miss that pain, I can help you experience it again.
No, that's okay. That's okay. No, that won't be necessary. Stop.
Your Highness, someone has brought a prayer flower basket.
Really? Barry, who just lifted the curtain to enter, pauses. Her gaze shifts from Raphael's hand to my shoulder. Then she speaks as if she didn't see anything.
It's for you and the sea god.
Really? Of course, you can leave it here.
Yes, Your Highness.
After Barry leaves, I pull my clothes back up and silently glare at Raphael. I bet new rumors about us will be circulating around the city tomorrow.
Such as?
Hard to say. Perhaps they'll mention the sea god's bride in broad daylight doing... Oh, wait, that's not right. The people shall speak of her doing this and that with the sea god in the dark hours of the night.
What exactly is this and that? I don't understand.
The prayer flower basket floats into Raphael's hands. He lifts the red, blue, and silver ribbon. Then he fiddles with the seashells inside the basket.
What does this basket of seashells represent?
It's one of the traditions of the Sea's Gratis Festival. Every household prepares flower baskets filled with seashells to exchange with others. Welcome, Damage Control. The more beautiful the seashells, the more beautiful the blessings they represent. It's how one can convey well wishes to people. But why would anyone want to exchange seashells with me? I tuck that thought away and pretend to be interested as I take the flower basket. I hope it's not poison. Sorry, my writer's brain is going nuts here. Having changed into lighter clothes, Raphael and I walk along the central streets of the city toward the temple. The moonlight and stars cast a blue glow across the night sky. They're like seawater flowing along the horizon as they rise and fall with the clouds and mist. Try these crispy fish. They're delicious too and crunchy.
They're slightly bland.
Is that so? Maybe the salty seawater has numbed your tongue.
I told you multiple times already. I'm not always drinking seawater because I'm in the ocean.
Let's see. Okay, it's too funny. I drop a few coins, ignore the stall owner's somewhat bewildered gaze, and shove a bag of crispy fish into Raphael's hands. A decent number of people recognize us, but we tacitly ignore their gawking. When did they put that statue up over there?
I saw craftsmen hammering away at it not too long ago.
At the end of the path stands an exquisitely detailed, majestic statue of the sea god. He wields a trident as he stands above the whitecaps. 1, 2, 3, 4. Your abdomen is well defined. They're putting a lot of effort into flattering you. Perchance a little too much.
What do you mean? It's a faithful depiction.
It's far more accurate compared to the previous sea god statues. The older ones were extremely imposing and masculine. Their beards were longer than their hair. Okay, what's wrong with being imposing and masculine? I'm just saying. Just saying. Okay. When I heard your voice for the first time, I couldn't believe you were the sea god. You excuse me, you sounded too young.
You're not wrong. You saw it yourself in the sea god's tomb. Those sea gods had flowing beards longer than their hair.
I take a moment to recall the statues that I saw there. You're still the most handsome one. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
You have my thanks.
He raises his hand slightly, and the seashells placed near the base of the statue shimmer with a crystalline light. It's akin to a silent response from a god. Seeing my questioning look, he smiles.
I still believe humanity's faith is fragile. The slightest touch can shatter it. However, the meaning of festivals is equally important, whether they are here or where Whalefall City used to stand. Just for today, I can let them be happy for a bit. It's not difficult.
He's growing. I hold his fingertips. Raphael, before you fell asleep, you must have been a likable sea god. Even though you've lost your memories, you still long for Whalefall City. You want to awaken all the Lemurians and bring them back to their homeland.
Making unfounded judgments like this is usually a dangerous sign.
Who says it's unfounded? On a small scale, you dislike human worship, yet you still respond to their wishes. On a larger scale, you saved everyone during the lunar eclipse despite the fact they hated and insulted you. And most importantly, I loved you once. It was enough to force a covenant with you. At least that proves you're worthy of affection. You're worthy of being loved. Now it's your turn.
What?
I gave you plenty of compliments. Isn't it your turn to compliment me now?
Your eyes are bright. Your hair is soft. And you remind me of a proud little crab when you smile. When you're angry, you're like a prickly sea urchin.
Okay, coming from a sea god, this makes sense. Does that last part count as a compliment?
Of course. If you lived at the bottom of the sea for thousands or tens of thousands of years, you would know.
Crabs are funny when they fight, when they walk around on the seafloor, when they snatch something to eat.
How precious it is to see even a sliver of vibrant color.
I open my mouth, but I'm unable to find the right words. The basket in my hand sways slightly. I lower my head and see a little girl slipping a pink seashell into my basket while taking another one. After we make eye contact, she immediately scurries back to her mother, who's the stall owner selling crispy fish. The stall owner struggles with how she should respond. Then she gives me a forced smile.
See? The people here like you too.
That's not it. Whether it's belated guilt, cautious appeasement, or even more complex emotions that are impossible to articulate, I can't say. I haven't done anything to deserve their affection.
It's because you're you.
His hand covers mine, and it moves past the tricolor ribbon on the basket so his fingers can intertwine with mine.
All endearing words suit you perfectly.
That's a better compliment. By the time we return to the temple, there are a few more colorful seashells in my basket. It's not a lot, however. I hang it by the windowsill, and I see Raphael is about to approach the pool. I quickly run over to stop him. Wait, there's still something we need to do. I take out the floral liqueur I had Very prepare and pour it into a silver chalice. Oh, we gonna get drunk tonight? We celebrated with everyone else. Now it's time for our private celebration. The Sea's Gratis Festival is also for lovers. People collect elder flowers during the spring and use them to brew a liqueur. You're supposed to give it to your beloved on this day.
Does this contain your entire spring's collection?
I bought it. It was still locked. I was still locked up in the tower in spring.
It's all right. I don't mind.
Raphael picks up his glass and gently clinks it with mine. The floral liqueur is sweet and pure. After drinking it in one go, I refill both glasses.
Now that it's just the two of us, is there anything you want to say to the sea god? To me?
Huh?
During the ceremony, your chants were filled with other people's words to the sea god. They were not your own. Don't you want to tell me something? Maybe I can make a wish come true.
I wish you could fall in love with me soon. I hope you'll succeed in your revenge. Don't become the sea god. I'm going to say don't become the sea god. If I wish for you to not become the sea god, would it be weird? I picked the weirdest answer, right?
What makes you say that?
Compared to the sea god you might be in the future, I prefer Raphael. I don't want you to forget that name. You sound shocked.
I'll need your assistance then. Help me ensure this name and these memories are deeply engraved in my heart and soul. Make it so erasing them is impossible.
As our glasses clink and the floral liqueur slowly disappears, Raphael suddenly holds out his hand to me.
You told me that during the Sea's Gratis Festival, humans exchange seashells to give blessings to each other. I've already given you a seashell. Shouldn't you give me something in return?
Ah, shoot. Okay, I guess I got to. I touch the seashell necklace around my neck. I rack my brain for what feels like ages, yet I can't think of anything that would be of equal value. I slip a pearl ring off my finger. I've worn this since I was a child. It's not the pearl that the tome of the sea god told you to find, but I'll give it to you as a blessing that only belongs to this ring. May all your wishes come true. When that time comes, remember to take me to Whale Fall City.
I heard that rings are often gifts that symbolize romantic devotion in the world of humans. Does this mean you've fallen in love with me?
Ah, shoot. How am I going to answer this question? I contemplate his words for a moment before I lean forward and kiss the corner of his lips. Can I call it a definite maybe? What do you think?
I think I need some more convincing proof.
Okay, dude, back up. Let's see. That night, the sound of the waves draws closer. Gentle, melodious music mixes with the laughter. As the Fantasia sharks swim overhead, vibrant colors burst before my eyes. Someone reaches out to hold my hand. My veil is lifted and I'm led toward the light. Then the music and laughter transform into weeping and screams. All colors fade into a dull gray, and the hand that's tightly holding mine gradually turns cold. Seawater engulfs everything. The cold overwhelms the world, and even the last melody played on a flute sinks into deathly silence. But that hand still doesn't let go of me. Ah, shoot. What's about to pop off? When the sun rises, come to the beach. I'll take you somewhere special. On the last day of the Seas Gratis Festival, I wake up and find a note Raphael left beside my pillow. Rosy daylight spreads across the horizon and paints the sky in distinctly warm colors, yet the wind carries an unusual chill. There's a smell. It's a repulsive, fishy stench. Oh, that's not good. I swiftly draw my silver sword and block an attack that was aimed at my heart, yet something akin to sharp claws pierces my shoulder. It's like a coiled tentacle that's covered in thistle-like barbs. They dig deeper into my skin while I struggle.
It's been a long time, bride of the sea god.
Oh, this mofo. What? So that's where you went, Hawkern. Still maintaining his sanctimonious visage, he emerges from the darkness. Behind him, several grotesque, elongated shadows extend outward.
You were waiting for me.
Your trap is too obvious. The toxin from the barbs seep into my blood. My body becomes numb, but I doubt I'll die from it.
Too bad. The sea god deceived you with a few empty words. You're still under his spell. Do you actually believe he'll save you? He'll only lead you to your death for his own selfish desires.
Like, you don't have selfish desires, you idiot. His eyes gleam with malicious intent. As my consciousness begins to fade, traces of light are gradually devoured by darkness.
Don't resist. Now then, follow me. Everything I've done is for Romirro. I want to prevent it from following the same doomed path as the Muria.
And this is the part of the story where things start to really go sideways. We're on part 7. The pain in my shoulder wakes me. As I open my eyes, I find myself in a cage I know all too well. My hands and feet have been shackled. Sensing a putrid, fishy smell, I see a massive, grotesque shadow on the wall. It's accompanied by the sounds of something viscous being torn and peeled apart. I suddenly recall the spell he cast on me, the one he used to control me.
Indeed, it's an ancient curse, but it's far too weak to control my bride. These magics can't be wielded by humans. Tell me where you found it.
You're no longer human.
So what? To save Lemuria, this pain is nothing.
The shadow on the wall suddenly contracts. A moment passes, and then it slowly returns to a humanoid form. With so many sea monsters parasitizing your body, aren't you afraid they'll eventually devour you? You'll be turned into a real monster.
The human body is too fragile. It's incapable of helping me in my quest to revive Lemuria. I need a body powerful enough to let me live for thousands of years.
So wait, he wants Raphael's body?
But that sea god, he destroyed the body I had painstakingly crafted when he put me in that water prison. He forced me to devour more, and I turn into what you see now.
Oh, shoot. Noticing the countless festering cracks and deformed joints on his hands, I feel nothing but shock and pity. Recalling his talk of Lemuria and the implications of his recent words, a theory forms in my mind. Are you a Lemurian? But you were born and raised in Romirro. Lemuria was destroyed tens of thousands of years.
Lemuria was never destroyed.
Excuse me. He yanks the chains, and I'm forced to look into his eyes that are filled with ominous darkness.
It's sleeping. It's waiting for me.
Dude is crazy.
Once I kill that foolish, selfish sea god, I will become Lemuria's new sovereign. I shall resurrect Lemuria, the only civilization that's glorious enough to rule this world.
Freaking hater. What? He seems to have lost his mind with his obsessive delusions and hatred for Raphael. However, his words aren't complete nonsense. You're making up baseless claims. How are you so sure that killing Raphael will resurrect Lemuria? I mean, his voice can be annoying and everything, but for real? Perhaps everything you're doing is wrong.
Everything I do is for Lemuria, for the homeland of all Lemurians. I am not misguided.
Nah, you're just cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, too. The wound on my shoulder is torn open again. I endure the pain and continue speaking. Then, how is this related to you kidnapping me?
Don't you remember?
If I did, I wouldn't have asked you. A tentacle tosses something at my feet. It's a small, fractured stone tablet. However, I recognize it instantly. The tome of the sea god? It's very similar to the one in the temple. The patterns and text are almost identical. It's as if it was broken off from that larger stone tablet.
You are the only human who can communicate with the tome of the sea god. Go on, read.
The blood from my shoulder drips into the stone tablet, and the blurred text emits a faint golden glow. Find a true love. When blessed with a true love's kiss, claim her heart by your own hand. A heart pure, flawless, and filled with love, the best offering you can give to the Murians. Wait. Am I a freaking human sacrifice? Is that what this is? Oh, shoot. What? The prophecy from the Tome of the Sea God that I read, it was incomplete.
Do you understand now? If the Sea God wants to reclaim his power, he needs more than true love.
Okay, so remember earlier in the story when I was reading the Tome of the Sea God and I was just like, this does not make sense. It looked like there were parts missing. And I kind of felt bad that I didn't figure it out, that I thought it was nothing. Well, surprise, there was stuff missing. And basically, I'm the perfect human sacrifice. Okay, all caught up. Here we go.
True love is just a stepping stone to him.
Hawkern gives me a mocking gaze that's filled to the brim with contempt.
Akin to how a starving person seeks food, ripping out your heart is the Sea God's natural instinct.
Why are you telling me this?
I'm trying to save your life out of the kindness of my heart.
I call BS. Hawkern, I've known you for at least a few hundred years. You can't lie to me. Or do you honestly think that I would harm Raphael if I knew he was going to kill me?
You wouldn't?
Hey, Dylan.
You believe that pitiful illusion you call love is enough to make the Sea God give up on your heart? Should he recall what happened millions of years ago, do you think he would still show you mercy?
Okay, another thing that I picked up earlier in this story. Remember when I asked Raphael if he knew who had like put him in chains at the bottom of the sea? And he was like, no, I don't remember, but I will. And I was just like, paraphrasing, do you want to kill him? And he's like, no, it doesn't really concern me. I said, I wonder if I'm the one who put him in those chains. I'm still betting on that theory. And what Hawker in here says kind of backs that up. Is he referring to what happened before Raphael fell asleep? Uh-huh. Hawkern pulls out a bottle covered in verdigris and unscrews the stopper. An eerie vapor drifts out.
Come, witness the events from the annals of Lemurian history. See how you and that Sea God destroyed the Lemuria.
I hold my breath, but the eerie vapor seeps into my skin in an instant, invading every fiber of my being. This is like dunking my head in the pensive from Harry Potter, where you see what happened in previous memories. Within moments, dormant memories awaken like magma breaking through frozen earth. It burns every blood vessel and nerve in me. God, it hurts. Searing pain tears through my body. My mind is plunged into chaos, yet something gradually comes into focus.
Are you willing to be my follower?
Raphael? The massive circular chamber is as dim as twilight. The ground trembles as fractured stones cascade down from the domed ceiling. This is... My body is suddenly pinned down. A sharp dagger is pressed against my chest, its tip drawing drops of blood. Raphael? No, that's not right. The Raphael before me is a brighter, more radiant young man, yet the dark blue flames that burn his eyes and his expression are unnaturally detached. In his hand, he tightly grips the sharp dagger. It's poised, ready to pierce my heart. I think this is from the myth I did not pull for Raphael because I wasn't interested in him as a love interest. So I'm commenting on this without having gone through this myth. I can't make a sound. I grab the handle of the dagger and use all of my strength to fight against death itself. The trembling tip of the dagger freezes.
Run.
But the detached hostility returns to his eyes as blue and golden light radiates from his body.
As my follower, you must offer your heart to me. A Lemurian bond holds great power, but it's also a chain.
Dude, I don't even like you like that, so why would I do that?
The sea god should have no weaknesses or constraints.
My struggle is futile. The blade sinks deeper into my chest. Blood falls as the pain spreads. Wait, so he killed me in a previous life? What the heck? There's a loud crash and the restraint on my body loosens. Raphael leans against a wall that's far away from me. Pain has contorted his face. Inside the stone niche burns a gentle yet feeble flame. It's so weak that a breeze could extinguish it.
Stay away from me.
Those dark blue and golden lights still surround him. However, the blue flames in his eyes have been extinguished, or rather, suppressed.
You cannot stay here. Lemuria's flame requires the hearts of our followers to sustain it. This is wrong. Should it continue, 'tis only a matter of time before I lose control and hurt you again. You must find a method that will allow it to burn forever. That shall be Lemuria's true path.
The flame from the niche gently floats to Raphael's fingertips. Then it transforms into countless delicate threads of light that flow toward my chest. Shocked, I try to break free, yet I find myself bound by these threads. A strange, warm plower flows into my heart.
There is a legend. It says the wick of a flame exists in the place where all oceans converge. Find it, and Lemuria will be enveloped in light and endure forevermore.
Dang it. Is this another side quest I gotta go on? Okay. So water currents embrace me and carry me out of the temple. From a distance, Raphael gives me a gentle smile.
I shall ensure Whalefall City remains exactly as you remember it, until the day you return with the wick. This is my promise to you. For 'tis Lemuria's vow, a bond everlasting.
Oh. Okay. So that's where that popped off. All right. So instead of like killing people, hearts for Lemuria to survive, to go where all the seas converge, and that's the wick that'll keep the flame of Lemuria lit. So, okay. Interesting. I'll have to wait for that myth rerun. Despair and blood pervade the seawater as thunderous ruination buries all cries and screams. I desperately try to push away the darkness before my eyes, but it feels like my body is trapped in quicksand. The more I struggle, the more I suffocate.
That human deceived you. She deceived all of Lemuria.
A human stole our flame. Lemuria will perish.
Why did the sea god deceive us? Why didn't he protect Lemuria?
Oh.
The sea god has changed before we even realized it.
The seawater drowns their despair, and yet I can't defend Raphael. It isn't Raphael's fault. It's because I didn't fulfill my promise to Raphael. There was no wick that existed in the place where all oceans converge, or at the end of the sea. Lemuria could never exist forever. Lemuria was a civilization that should have never existed. Destruction was its predetermined fate. Kind of reminds me of the legendary city of Atlantis. Civilization so advanced destroyed itself in a way. At last, the sea god perishes. Along with Lemuria, they dissolve into the ocean. It's not a slumber, it's oblivion. He will disappear from this world. I will never be able to find him, see him, hear the songs he plays for me on the flute, or see his smile. My heart silently cries out, and it awakens the unwavering determination of my former self. I won't let wifey die. I'm kidding. I won't let Raphael die. I will save him, and the price that must be paid, it doesn't matter. Ooh, what a cool effect. In the violently trembling deep sea, the Simneo staff I wield ignites. The cold flames illuminate the gaze that's a breath away from mine. Shock, sorrow, anger. I can't exactly make out the emotions in his eyes. I only see the mark of our bond on his collarbone. It's like a stream of blindingly bright, burning blood. Countless threads of light transform into runes. I raise the staff and let a phantom pierce his body. I hear my own heart as I speak. Every single word is part of a merciless command. Am I going to tell him to kill me? It said merciless, so I want to know what this is. With the power of Lemuria's vow, Raphael, you shall be forever imprisoned here. Daggone it, I called it. I called it. Did I not say I was the one that imprisoned him? Until Lemuria welcomes the opportunity for rebirth. Until the world reaches that moment where you can be awakened. His divine gaze, once clearer than seawater, transforms into a black tide. It freezes when he looks at me.
You betrayed me.
I'm coming! Man, I love it when I'm right. Besides, it makes for a more interesting story. Once the seal is complete, he's plunged into the depths of those abyssal waters. I hear a deafening sound as if the entire ocean is being split apart. Boundless black waves surge in from all directions. His dissipating figure becomes rain that falls upward. I will cut out your heart with a dagger honed, my darling, and in love's name your heart will become my fate. Your body will be washed clean and shine like a pearl. I will care for your heart. I will care for your heart. Till we meet again and you reclaim it for yourself. The last wisp of smoke dissipates and the bottle clatters to the ground. The tide of memories recedes as my consciousness returns to the cold, gloomy tower.
Do you remember now? You stole the flame and sealed away the sea god, and he trusted you so easily. You are the ones responsible for Lemuria's destruction.
Look, I can't help it if you fell for me, all right? My mind is still reeling from the impact of those memories. As I lift my head, my gaze focuses on the former Castellan. Then it shifts to the silent figure standing in the shadows behind him. Raphael? I don't know when he arrived. However, his cold gaze has told me everything. He saw my memories as well. Hawken continues his endless monologue like a Bond villain, but I can only hear chaotic noise. I stare blankly at the figure before me. Our gazes lock and we freeze under the moonlight. My thoughts also seem to be frozen in place.
We'll deal with him first.
A faint whisper that only I can hear reaches my ears. I give a slight nod in response.
He will kill you, cut out your heart, and leave your body out to rot. You will not receive a proper burial.
Dang.
If you want to live, your only option is to kill him before he can act. Your bond with him is your sharpest blade. You can order him to take his own life. As you can see, anything is possible.
Yes, I remember. I was the one who sealed Raphael. I try to speak as calmly as possible. But I'm also responsible for Lemuria's downfall. Why is Raphael your only target for revenge? Don't you hate me too?
Of course I do. However, I'm willing to let bygones be bygones if you kill the sea god.
Remove my shackles then. Can I do anything if I'm like this? I lift my chin slightly. You better hurry. He's already here.
Huh?
Dude. A tall, slender figure appears under the moonlight. Raphael raises his hand and summons the Tidebreaker Trident.
How convenient. You've delivered yourself to me.
The chains that bind me snap. I rub my sore wrists before materializing a silver sword. I take 2 steps forward. In the suffocating silence, Raphael is the first to speak.
It was you.
I told you. You let Hawkern escape on purpose. He was used as bait so you could find out who seals you away. And that person is me.
Correct. The greatest weakness of Lemurians is that bond. And a sea god cannot have weaknesses. He must kill the person who forged the covenant with him. That way, there will be no one left in the world who could restrain or threaten him. And only then shall he become an invincible god.
That is so daggone selfish.
Regardless of whether it's for Lemuria or for myself, I must kill you.
Why is everybody trying to kill me? Raphael, the sea god, is trying to kill me. Zane lost control of his e-ball and almost killed me back in the day. Dang. Perhaps these words also contain his true feelings. We don't need to say anything else to each other. I raise my silver sword as lightning flashes at the tip of the Tidebreaker Trident. Blue, fiery power surges around Raphael's body.
Farewell, bride of the sea god.
When the tip of my sword clashes with the Tidebreaker Trident, our weapons are diverted to the side. As the light fades, Hawkern's eyes are filled with terror, yet he cannot move. His body shatters amidst flying sparks. Putrid stench fills the air as viscous fluid seeps between the bricks and spreads across the floor.
Don't taint Lemuria's glory with your disgusting ambitions. A man who lost himself to madness has no right to save Whalefall City.
Hawkern's eyes bulge with fury as guttural sounds escape his throat. Then he crumbles and turns to ash. Ooh, I would have loved to have seen that effect. Raphael withdraws his trident and brushes away the dark embers from his body.
Your hand.
A small flame dances from his fingertips and travels up my forearm. The fluid and bloody marks left by the shackles disappear.
You are afraid of me. What's wrong? Did you think I would actually kill you?
I'm not afraid of you. I'm the one who sealed you away. And I'm also the key that would allow you to reclaim your power. You have every reason to kill me.
If I asked you to, would you willingly offer me your heart? I want you to answer honestly.
I'm going to be difficult. Honestly, maybe I'm not that willing.
Unfortunately, your life and death are now in my hands.
I know. The fact that I hurt you is undeniable, It doesn't matter what my reasons were for sealing you away. I will respect your decision. His fingertip is cold as he presses it against the spot where my beating heart is. Our noses almost touch. We're so close that one breath would close the distance between our lips.
What I want is a heart with pure and utter devotion. Its love for me should come from the very depths of one's soul. Do you think it is that?
I don't have an answer for you. Even if it was, this heart now bears an invisible fissure that can never be fully mended.
The answer is clear. Your heart is of no use to me. For now, at least. Go back. Your injuries haven't fully healed yet. You should get some rest.
All right. Peace out. I murmur in agreement, yet neither of us makes a move to leave. The moonlight casts shadows on the window bars. It resembles a wall of thorns that gradually spreads between us. All right, let's see. Now on to part 8. The path from the tower to the temple isn't long. However, it feels as if we've been walking for an eternity. After that day, we continue as if nothing had changed, yet everything is different. We no longer watch the faint light on the horizon in the morning, nor do we light all the candles in the temple on cold nights. The images from that vision are like an inescapable thorn. It has pierced me and Raphael. Dusk falls when Raphael tells me he will temporarily leave Romirro to search for the pearl in the deep. It's mentioned in the Tome of the Sea God. We part ways on the beach. He dives into the sea, his tail catching the sunset's light in all of its beautiful iridescence. The waves and ripples will never settle. Likewise, I will never see him again. On the last night of summer, an unprecedented storm falls upon Romirro without any warning. The water has risen past an average person's waist. With the rain, they rapidly engulf every building, shop, and slope. I watch from the top of the temple. Beyond the rain lies a hazy black ring surrounding everything. The seawater surges and churns. I only gave out the order to reinforce the embankments and clear the waterways. Unfortunately, when faced with this kind of storm, it's futile. Again, it's like living in New Orleans. Another building collapses. The rising waters carry the rubble, and people screams in all directions. Someone bobs up and down in the current. The black water carries them towards me.
Help! Help me! Someone!
Oh no, not Paya. That's my girl. I recognize her. She's one of the ladies in waiting who served me in the temple.
Help!
Countless images flash through my mind. They overlap and intertwine. The faces of people below the tower, the looks of disgust or apathy when I was forced to perform the Wavar ritual, the smiles of people who sent me invitations and exchanged seashells with me during the Seas Gratis Festival. Yeah, yeah, I gotta savor.
Your Highness. I. Your Highness, thank
Save your strength, save your strength, save your strength. The nearest shelter is to the north. Go. Before she thanks me, I harshly interrupt her. The lady in waiting steadies her weakened body. Her eyes, once soaked with despair, flickers briefly with hope before it
the
dims.
flood has washed away all the city's shelters.
Wow.
Aside from me, there are others who have nowhere to go.
Carrying debris, the roaring flood crashes against the temple. The building trembles, yet it still remains steadfast. When I was 15, I oversaw its renovation with the intention of making the symbol of faith as solid as the heavens. It was designed to stand tall for centuries. Tell everyone to take shelter in the sea god's temple.
Your Highness, we did a search and brought the people we found to the temple.
People who escape the storm are put into small groups in the main hall. They anxiously watch as I stand next to the statue of the sea god. I look outside. The rainfall wraps around Romirro like a sheet of rough gauze. It covers everything in a deathly white as far as I can see. Turning back, I instruct Very to distribute all of the food supplies in the temple. When the storm eases, lead them to Mount Yuna. It's tall enough. The water will not reach you there. After I give out my simple orders, I ignore the anxious gazes and hushed discussions around me as I turn to leave.
Your Highness?
Yes?
What if the rain never stops and the flood reaches Mount Anyuna? What then? What if the third night comes?
All sounds seemingly vanish, only rainfall remains. Gazes pour in from all directions like water. Everyone stares at me as they wait for an answer about their future. I don't know. Their gazes instantly freeze.
But you're the bride of the sea god.
Someone speaks in a dazed voice, and I smile faintly. The bride of the sea god is still a human. I thought you understood this hundreds of years ago. Why else would you so easily abandon me in the past? Silence falls over the temple. I sigh. I did not shelter them just so I could bring up old grievances. I had to be petty for a little bit. I've already done everything within my power. What remains is a challenge you must overcome by working together. Don't place all of your hopes on me. Suppressing the many uncertainties in my heart, I look beyond the misty blackness, beyond the rain. My promise with Raphael isn't valid anymore, huh? I guess he's going to destroy the city. If only this heart truly fell in love with him, then he'd prevent the sea from swallowing Romirro and allow me to live. Back when we decided to fall in love, neither of us anticipated what today would bring. I hope the sea he's in has pleasant skies. My heart aches again as I grasp the necklace he gave me. But
What I want is a heart with pure and utter devotion. Its love for me should come from the very depths of one's soul. Do you think it is that?
I still can't give a definitive answer to the question Raphael asked me that night. However, no matter what happens, I can't let Romirro sink. I must survive until the day I see Raphael again. Several days later, the torrential rain finally stops while everyone sleeps. The howling winds subside to some extent. Wading through the accumulated muddy water, the ladies in waiting carry out my orders. They evacuate everyone from the city. I press my faintly aching temples. I'm unable to dismiss the ominous premonition lingering in my heart for some reason. Lunar eclipse. I look up. The moon has vanished without a trace. What? Moonlight drowns in murky gloom. Within the blink of an eye, black clouds swallow the last trace of light from heaven and earth.
The eclipse! The eclipse is here! The eclipse! No! It's happening!
I did say that, right?
Prophecy from the tome of the sea god! Romirro is about to be submerged!
After being momentarily stunned, I finally realize there are no black clouds in the sky. A massive wave is rising from the sea. Fairy, take everyone back to the temple. But these feeble struggles are no match for the approaching catastrophe. The wave swiftly unfurls its deathly embrace over Romirro. A loud sound explodes across the sky. For a moment, everything is as bright as day. Wow. Golden lighting cleaves through the massive wave. The waters flow back and reveal a familiar silhouette. The seashell necklace around my neck begins to shake violently. Raphael? The massive wave collapses and large water splashes touch the land. Raphael raises his tidebreaker trident and the scales on his tail reflecting a piercing, cold light. The trident is swung down with great force. Heavy storm clouds are transformed into the scorching, powerful winds that sweep across all of Romirro. Wherever the trident points, flames are more brilliant than the blazing sun ignite across the water's surface.
The sea god? Is that the sea god?
To control the currents and the tides, without a doubt, this is Raphael's power. All right, let's go find the sea god. Like mountains, the towering waves are stacked one on top of another. They spiral upward under the force of the wind and fire. Violent ocean is suppressed by the sea god's ferocious power. Fire clashes against the seawater that had rushed into Romirro, and the sea is forced to retreat. I run toward Raphael by stepping on the scattered floating debris that once made up a seawall. Only one thought races in my mind. Faster, I need to go faster. Took that line from Jurassic Park. Ahead of me, Raphael stands amidst unquenchable flames. His long hair is disheveled by the wind. Raphael! Water and fire illuminate Raphael's eyes as he looks at me. Yeah, he pissed. A divine power surges in his gaze. It is as fierce as the turbulent currents surrounding him. Not even a trace of my image is reflected in his eyes.
You shouldn't have come here. Return to the shore if you don't want to be reduced to cinders.
I swing my sword to create a gust. It cleaves the flames, and I leap through the opening to reach Raphael. Ignoring his trident that's positioned as a barrier before me, I grab his rigid arm and forcefully intertwine our fingers. This is exactly where I should be.
Death will greet those who attempt to wield a sea god's power with a human body.
But I'm the one who has a bond with the sea god. Yeah, I'm gonna pull that card now. I won't die that easily. As soon as we resonate, a scorching heat that feels like it could burn everything spreads from Raphael's palm to my body. Divine power surges. At the same time, something else flows into my heart. In my days, I realize it's everything Raphael has never put into words. In the dark depths of the ocean, the sea's ritualist hymn drifts down ethereally from the surface. It awakens his anticipation that has been suppressed for eons. During one of Romirro's short summers, the indifferent sea god's heart experienced pure contentment and joy for the first time. After he left the temple with the excuse of searching for pearls, the waves undulated like his fluctuating thoughts. Hmm. All that time we spent together, my feelings for him were never unrequited. Raphael supports my waist as he hugs me from behind. His embrace is scorching hot.
Feel it. Now wield it as if it were your own.
Divine power collides with my nerves. My blood boils as my eyes become the same color as Raphael's. Power representing heaven and earth advances from between our fingers. The last wave that threatens Romirro is intercepted. Suddenly, the waves freeze, just as they're about to surge forward with a howl. The beam of sunlight breaks through the thick clouds and shines upon me and Raphael. Immediately, the waves fall as if weightless. They shed their ferocity and gently push toward the shore. My heart beats like a drum, but it's quickly drowned out by the jubilant, distant cheers of relief from those who narrowly escaped disaster.
The tide has receded. Aren't you going to let go of my hand?
I turn my head The burning divine power in Raphael's eyes slowly fades, and they return to what I'm familiar with. I tighten my grip on his hand. What will you do if I don't let go? A long time passes. Then he smiles faintly.
Keep holding it.
Ow.
Neither of us will let go first.
Don't let me go. I won't let go. Remember that on Titanic? All right, now we're at the last part, part 8. For folks who are just joining us, welcome, welcome, welcome. You're watching this on the replay. I hope you are enjoying it. Did not intend for the stream to go this long, but as I had stochastic success, aka a successful gacha pull, I wound up getting Raphael's newest myth, the Sea God myth. So, hey, we're going through the whole entire thing. So now we're on part 9, the conclusion. Which, if it's it just like they showed in the trailer, it's going to be really sad of an ending. I have not gone through any myth that has not had a sad, like, ending to it. So let's hit it. Houses that were once submerged reappear. Ships, once swept away, are pushed back to the shore by the waves. Since I live in Florida, I love seeing tropical landscapes. People emerge from the temple where they sought refuge. They slowly begin to rebuild their home. After finding some medicine in the temple, I return to the shore by the port. Raphael is leaning against the rocks. His eyes are closed, and the dim daylight covers his body. His complexion looks paler than it usually is. He's asleep. I dip my finger into the ointment made from Goldfelder algae. Then I gently apply it to the wounds on his arms. Oh, well, his arm. Though he appears all right at first glance, I soon notice several barely perceptible wounds on his body. Okay, yeah, I see him now.
Be gentle. It hurts.
Didn't I say that before? You called me fragile, but a sea god's body isn't that sturdy. Despite saying those words, my movements become slower. I treat his wounds with the utmost care. Weren't you searching for pearls in the deep? Why did you return?
You thought I wouldn't?
I thought you'd be upset for a longer period of time.
I'm not upset. However, that doesn't mean I didn't care.
His fingertips touches my palm and gently traces one of its lines.
A Lemurian bond grows stronger with love. The deeper the connection is between the two parties, the more powerful it becomes. Back then, our bond was so powerful that you were able to seal me away for thousands, no, tens of thousands of years. Only a love with such pure and utter devotion is capable of doing that.
Hmm. Sorry, I'm looking at how much of a better job Infold has done rendering my dark skin. So this actually looks more natural. Y'all getting there, Infold. I appreciate it. Let's see. You haven't made peace with it. Dude, I locked you away for millennia.
Of course not.
He suddenly lowers his head and bites my knuckle. However, I don't dare pull my hand away.
It wasn't a day, a month, or a year. What I endured is longer than what a human can possibly comprehend. Millions upon millions of years. How could I possibly let you off so easily?
Of course, you need to avenge yourself by never leaving me again. After I finish applying the medicine, he stretches his body.
I heard you protected many humans.
Yes, at the end of the day, I can't bear to see so many pointless deaths. I still don't like Romirro, but I can't bring myself to watch it perish.
You didn't do anything wrong. Watching your kin march toward their demise is a pain more excruciating than dying.
Yeah, and he would know.
You didn't force yourself to endure that suffering. Well done.
Immediately, his tone shifts as he puts on a faux serious expression.
However, I do have objections in regards to letting those humans turn my bedchamber into a filthy mess.
Deal with it. It's not that bad. At least your pool was clean. I already ordered a few people to clean it, and I promise your bedchamber will be spotless.
Good.
He pushes himself up, but he pauses as he's about to stand. What is it?
It's nothing.
No, it's something. Surging waves wash over the reef. As the water recedes, his tail transforms into a pair of legs.
Let's return to the temple. I need to see its condition to feel at ease.
I nod a second later. Then I notice a small crack in the necklace's seashell. Oh, you know what this music means. After that day, Romirro gradually returns to its former state. There are no more sudden high tides, no more unexpected storms. The text in the tome of the sea god remains the same. The nightmare of Romirro being submerged seems to vanish into thin air, along with overcast sky. The prophecy didn't come to fruition. Romirro won't sink. The sea god and his bride protected us. We must express our gratitude and worship them forever. The people are immersed in the joy of surviving a catastrophe. They renovate the temple so that it's more magnificent and elaborate, erect taller statues, and supply Raphael and me an endless stream of gifts. But, there's always a but, right? Has the dust truly settled?
Your Highness.
Passing through the crowd of onlookers, very hurriedly approaches. She bows before me. On the shore lies a dead, enormous silver fish. Oh, is that the Fantasia shark? It's almost as long as several adult men, as if they were lying down and lined up in a row.
It was discovered by the fishermen who were preparing to set sail this morning. We don't know if the fish washed ashore after it died or beached itself.
Maybe this enormous fish is a good omen from the heavens. We might have a bountiful fishing season in the near future.
I approached the creature to get a closer look. The unease that has been lingering in my heart grows heavier. If I'm not mistaken, this is the Calamitous Pisces that's mentioned in the ancient text. It's a harbinger of misfortune, an omen of disaster. The dark clouds that appeared during the lunar eclipse haven't fully dissipated, and now the Calamitous Pisces has occurred. Is that fish a calamity in Latin? Just saying. Romirro can still sink below the waves. For now, I can only act as if nothing is wrong. Worry not. Find a suitable place to bury it and clean up this area.
Yes, Your Highness. By the way, Ramiro was spared thanks to you and the sea god.
Yeah, y'all keep telling us.
The people want to prepare a feast to properly celebrate. They wish to invite you and the sea god.
I understand. We'll discuss it when the time comes. I walk towards the temple and I tighten my grip around the seashell necklace. The crack has deepened these past few days. The seashell has begun to fracture in other places as well. I don't want to guess what this means. I just need to see Raphael quickly. Maybe then I can dispel some of the unease in my heart. Raphael, I need to ask you. Stopping the storm that night consumed too much of Raphael's power. He's been staying in the temple to rest. Yet right now, I sense something is off. I don't hear the sound of flowing water by the pool. When I left, he was still dozing by the water's edge. I rushed to the pool, only to find the springs have dried up. The water resembles an inky black void. Worried that something happened to him, I dive into the water. The black water is unbearably cold. I grit my teeth and dive deeper. He appears to be unconscious as he sinks into this nothingness. Raphael, wake up, boy. Mustering all the strength I can, I grab him. However, I'm not strong enough to pull him up. This won't work. I need to wake him up. I steady my breathing while I press my hand against his chest. I try to resonate so I can awaken some of his power. Yet time passes. Still, there's no response. His power is like the dried up spring. With most of it gone, it cannot respond to my resonance or voice. Why is it like this? After the initial shock, I'm momentarily at a loss. Then I notice the churning currents rushing into the deep. A bold idea appears before me. There is a location that is closely connected to the sea god. I hold the unconscious Raphael tight against me and swim in the direction of the current. Fortunately, my guess was correct. The pool's current is connected to the sea itself, which allowed me to successfully get Raphael out of the temple. I prop Raphael up against the reef, recalling how he summoned the Fantasia shark. I make the same gesture he did and bring my hands to my lips. I whistle. After many clumsy attempts, I finally succeed. A skeletal Fantasia shark appears in the distance at the far end of the sea. I want Info to give us a rendering of what the Fantasia shark looks like. I'm fascinated with it for some reason. It swims to my side and uses its ridgy, boned snout to give a friendly nudge to my hand. Can you take Raphael and me to the sea god's tomb again? It doesn't seem to understand what I'm saying, so I repeat myself several times. Finally, it extends its fin bone and gestures for me and Raphael to climb onto its back. Something tells me I'm not going to make it sore again. Thank you. After I steady Raphael on its back, the Fantasia shark turns around and transports us to the ocean's depths. Unexpectedly, we arrive at the sea god's tomb with ease. Maybe it's because Raphael has already passed the trial. Even the guardian statue poses no challenge. After I explain the reason for our visit, they allow us to pass through the stone gates.
Young sea god. Oh, it's you two again.
Your quintessence. Quintessence. Hope I said that right. I'm here to make a request. I need your help. The statue of the sea god with the long beard lethargically lowers his weapon. He slowly turns his head to look at the unconscious Raphael.
He is about to fade from existence.
Wait, what? What?
He still needs to reclaim his true power. Yet he almost exhausted the small amount of divine energy he possesses.
What did he do to end up in such a state?
What a shame. He will become the youngest sea god to fade away in our history.
Several more sea god statues move out from their stone niches. They soon join the discussion. Is there a way to save him? He can't fade away like this.
Of course.
All right, so what is it?
He needs true love.
Ah, shoot. I knew it. I knew it.
He needs a heart that loves him unconditionally.
When he obtains the power to protect Lemuria, and the ocean recognizes his ascension to godhood, he will live for a long, long time, an almost immortal life.
This is the only way to save him.
A heart that loves him unconditionally. I recall the hidden prophecy from the tome of the sea god. A heart that's filled with love is the best offering for a Lemurian. Can my heart save him? The sea gods speak in hushed tones. Then the statue of the sea god with a long beard extends his hand towards me.
Are you willing to try?
Of course.
It will hurt. Bear with me for a moment.
The ancient sea god clenches his fist, and a sharp pain shoots through my heart. This game really likes hurting me. Uh, as he guides the process, several threads of gentle light are drawn out. Strand by strand, they float into Raphael's chest. Enduring the lingering pain, I place my hand over him and try to resonate again. There's a response.
Your pure heart and the devotion from your love is enough. However, you will dissipate into sea foam once you give up this heart.
Ah, shoot! Great. So I'm basically going to die an OG Little Mermaid death, right? Oh, this is effed up. Okay. Okay.
That decision is yours to make.
Well, he didn't have to come back to save the city, but he did. And he's about to die because of it. Can't live with him, can't live without him.
The sea god's tomb. How did I end up here?
Because of me. You've been unconscious for a long time. These sea gods woke you up. I quickly speak before the sea gods can say anything. Then I bow respectfully to them. The sea god with a long beard gives me a profound, knowing look before slowly turning towards Raphael.
The last sea god of Lemuria. May you find true salvation.
Thank you.
The sea god statues slowly retreat into their niches. Raphael turns around, and I meet his intense gaze.
You're hiding something from me.
Maybe. You're the one who's been hiding things from me. You've expended too much of your power. Your body can't sustain itself anymore. That's why the shell necklace was cracking.
Are you underestimating me? Defying a prophecy from the tome of the sea god did take a considerable toll on me. But I'll recover in a century, give or take.
The prophecy hasn't changed, though. Romirro will still be submerged, yes? Seeing Raphael's expression, my heart sinks. I was correct.
Yes. But that doesn't mean it can't be changed. Romirro wasn't destroyed on the third night of the lunar eclipse. So for now, it won't sink below the waves. This is our turning point. Stop frowning. Let tomorrow worry about itself. As for the present...
He takes my hand and summons water currents to carry us upward.
It's almost dawn. We might be able to watch the sunrise as we head back.
After returning from the sea god's tomb, Raphael seems to have returned to his normal self. The water in the pool has become clear again. He also doesn't spend the entire day inside the temple. Instead, he enthusiastically takes me along to explore Romirro's streets, alleys, and the wilderness. Just a tiny fragment of this heart's power is enough to revitalize him. If he received an entire heart, perhaps I'm still selfish. Yeah, I am. I really am. Faced with such a choice, I still cannot let go of my desire to live. But time is cruel and doesn't give me the opportunity to hesitate. After a night of rain, dark clouds once again spread across the sky above Romirro. The time Raphael spends sleeping in the water increases with each passing day. And my necklace's seashell has developed a deeper, longer crack. Raphael, the sky has cleared. Should we go to the foot of Mount Iuna? The rest of my words are stuck in my throat. A large section of Raphael's tail that's immersed in water has turned a dull gray-white.
You're overthinking
No.
it. Humans have all sorts of hair colors. Why can't my tail change color? So, what were you saying about the foot of Mount Iuna?
I was just wondering if you'd like to go out for a walk. He pauses and his tail sways gently beneath the water's surface.
I'm not in the mood.
You can't turn your tail into a pair of legs anymore?
Your imagination is getting wilder by the day.
That's a yes. He parts the ripples on the water's surface. Under the undulating waves, his tail transforms into legs.
You wake me from my peaceful nap and throw an accusation.
Oh, I underestimated you. I'm sorry. He adjusts his position to rest his head on my lap. He closes his eyes.
You owe me a sweet dream.
All right, all right. I gently stroke the top of his head and lean down to kiss him. The seashell around my neck dangles. It sways in front of Raphael's peaceful, sleeping expression. The cracks on the surface are glaring. I grasp the seashell and gently try to wipe away those marks. I pretend not to see the scales on his legs. I pretend Raphael isn't showing signs of something being off. I pretend that everything on this land will remain as peaceful as it is today. Several days later, bouquets, lanterns, music, the plaza in the port is immersed in the sounds of celebration. It's like a grand farewell ceremony to disaster. Raphael stands far away from the humans. He watches the figure who's in the center of the crowd. She seems somewhat uncomfortable with the amount of enthusiasm. Slowly, however, the corners of her mouth curl. A slight smile appears on her face. He recalls those long stretches of time at the bottom of the silent ocean. The only sound he heard was the faint rattling of chains. With his eyes closed, he would construct an illusory world in his mind. He would imagine the splendor and wonder of Whale Falls City, a place that had long been forgotten. Then a different voice broke into his world one day. Stupid tome of the sea god, you're the worthless in every sense of the word. If you're actually useful, you would have revealed the sea god's location. What gives you the right to only disclose the whereabouts to the bride of the sea god? It was a discourteous voice. It could be considered too loud to a certain extent. Yet, it was like the sun that occasionally appeared above the sea. He realized it was impossible to dislike. Of course, because my voice is lovely. Using what little strength he had, he spoke to her for the first time. Perhaps their ending was already predetermined from that moment. The sea god must kill his bride. To truly ascend to godhood, he must destroy their bond. He refused his fate before, but now he doesn't want to accept this either.
We might have to actually bid each other farewell.
He recalls the moment when she first spoke his name. With fingertips stained in their blood, he traced his name into the palm of her hand, one letter at a time. Even so, he couldn't intertwine his fate with hers along the lines of her palm. In this way, they were spared from separation.
I need to leave Romirro again. We won't be seeing each other for some time.
I frantically search for Raphael's figure in the crowd, but I only catch a message the sea breeze carried to me. Fortunately, our bond guides me to him. In a lit corner, I catch Raphael's fingers.
You were in a hurry. Are you scared I'd leave without saying goodbye?
Where are you going?
I'm just looking for pearls.
Didn't you say that last time?
Once I recover that part of my power, I'll return.
I don't believe you. His life force is fading away at an alarming rate. Under the illusion of an intact seashell lies the reality with cracks becoming increasingly more severe. His heart is also riddled with countless wounds. Raphael, is there anything you need me to do for you? Tell me. No matter what it is, I'll do it. Just say that you want your heart back, I'll return it to you.
No.
How long will you be gone?
It's hard to say. Maybe it'll be a year or two, a century or more. Perhaps even longer than that. Don't worry. Even after I'm gone, you and Romirro will survive. This is a god's promise to you.
What is he planning to do? If he's making this kind of promise, it means he'll do something that I don't want to imagine. I won't be able to accept it. So when are you leaving? Let me see you off.
All right. I'll wait for you at sea.
My fingernails dig into my palm. The hesitation that swirled in my heart has finally crystallized into resolve. I will fulfill the promise I once made.
It's a simple melody, yet you still haven't learned it properly. Listen carefully. This is the last time I'll teach you. The sea inevitably returns to where it belongs and separates from the land. You want to say something else? The sea heard your wish. The place you hold in my heart far outweighs this little scale. I refuse to accept this betrayal. The sea god doesn't need this heart. Our bond, it cannot end this way. I won't allow it.
Daylight has arrived. The tides surge, waves build upon waves. They're so powerful that they scatter the clouds in the sky. The black sea water bleeds crimson, then the red fades and takes the darkness with it. The sea's original azure hues reappear. I can't read today. The bells in Romirro toll ceaselessly as the massive waves engulf the world. The land is transformed into a seabed. Seawater envelops every house, every patch of soil, every mountain range. It whispers and returns the memories from millions of years ago. Everyone steps onto a strange yet familiar homeland. They breathe the air that flows into the seawater. Lemurian memories awaken in their blood. Phantasmal waves leap from the water and return to the sea. They swim through the city that has been reborn. Whalefall City. The sea god stares at his hand. There lies a pearl ring given to him by a young woman. It still gleams with a lustrous radiance. It gently encircles his finger. It's like her embrace that will never let him go. It shall keep him bound to this sea forevermore. Well, dang, that was pretty darn dope. I have to say two things though. Let's see. Let me go back up here. Two things though. And but actually, let me go back to the actual card itself. That's what I want to go to. Let me go back. Okay, so one thing I will say with both Kindled memories, because since we didn't need both for the whole myth, the way my main character looks a lot better. So they are definitely working on the lighting for dark-skinned main characters. So I'm very, very pleased to see that particular progress being made. Overall, granted, I'm not a Raphael lady at all. The myth itself, I absolutely love because it's pretty obvious that they pulled several things from the original Hans Christian Andersen story of The Little Mermaid. So the leaks that I had heard about this particular myth, about it being a cross between, well, they said like Disney's Little Mermaid. So that was correct and not correct at the same time. There's some visuals that are like from The Little Mermaid, but fundamentals of the stories itself, especially turning into sea foam, that was from the original Hans Christian Andersen story. And that story was way more tragic. So again, good job on the myth unfold. So you're probably thinking, if you're not a Raphael lady, should you pull for this myth? I would say not on purpose. Go through the free pulls, the super cheap pulls, and if you don't get it, I would say within 30 pulls, I would say let it go. People like me are going to put this sucker up on YouTube so you can see what the entire myth looks like. You can see what the Kindled section is like. So I'm going to upload the Kindled portion of this particular card, and also the cutscene, which I'm assuming is the Kindle part from the other card. So yeah, thank you guys for hanging out with me. It was way longer than I thought this was going to be, but we lucked out. We got the card, so we had to do it. We had to do it. So thanks so much for supporting the channel. Well, I'll see you all at 7:30 p.m. Eastern for the Spice Lounge pop culture news show, pop culture, gaming, all that stuff that's out there. And Sci-Fi TV for me is going to be my special guest along with my other panelists. So please do check that out later on tonight. Please subscribe to me over on YouTube. Please do follow me over on X. Have a great, wonderful afternoon, evening, wherever you are. And of course, I will see you all next time. Bye.